crowded. The court having admin and Superior Court this week. We had to make some adjustments. Let us all stand. Father, Lord, we come this morning recognizing your sovereignty and almighty authority. And Lord, we come asking your blessings upon this time and this meeting. We thank you for all your blessings and provisions. Give us guidance and direction. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item on our agenda will be the approval of our minutes from November 18th, 2013, and December 4th. Are there any corrections, comments, discussions about the minutes?
Make a motion that they're approved as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been motion, second, approving minutes as presented. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Thank you. Second item will be to look at our agenda. I believe we're going to go through the agenda as presented. Are there any requests for modifications?
Chairman, I move that the agenda be accepted. There's no change, sir.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
There's a motion second. Let's approve the agenda as presented. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Thank you. All right, at this time, we will have our unannounced delegations. And the first would be Sheriff Webb.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike.
I come before you this morning with some good news, and we just need y'all's support. Ms. Bradley, myself, and the school system has been working on an initiative with the Safe Schools Act for the state of North Carolina to try to secure a grant for an additional SRO to go to middle school for our children's school safety. And we're glad to come before you this day to tell you that that grant was approved. And we have funding for 2 years for an SRO position at the middle schools where we're planning on putting the young man at. And they will be working with the school system in the 5 schools throughout the county. I will just say this, just a couple of things for it. Just so you all know, right now, Officer Jordan we've been doing a abbreviation of what he does as far as dealing with the kids. He's dealing on an average of 150 to 200 calls a day, contacts with the kids in our school system. And this would help not only just even with the high school and middle school, but throughout the system. But this would be an additional officer there for the kids to have contact with. And if we can try to get these young folks headed in the right direction at a younger age with the middle school, when they get to the high school, we hope that things will be where there'll be a lot less truancy and a little more involvement in the schools. Right now, my officer has to respond from one school to the other. You know, y'all can know here in the county, you know where the school system's set up. You've got T.S. Cooper on one side of the county and Buckland at the farthest point. And this would allow the officers to split the district basically to where one would respond to the high school and T.S. Cooper, and the other one, of course, would take care of Buckland and Gatesville along with the middle school. Right now, our officer, Jordan, is also required, and the parents, you the citizens have requested this, that our SRO travel with our sports teams. So the sports teams, when they go tonight, we're actually going to Manio to play basketball. He will be driving the bus and assisting there with it. We've allowed him to do that and work with us, and this again would give us an additional officer to help with the middle school and so forth. Right now, the school system, or the state, is giving us approximately $28,000 each year for the next 2 years. And then the school system has gladly pitched in an additional $14,000, which covers the cost of the salary and the benefits. And yesterday, as of yesterday in court, kind of just how things work out. The court system, with some cases that my officer's been working diligently, assisted us and turned a 2003 Ford Crown Vic over to the sheriff's office to be used for the services of the county from one of our local street racers. And so if you get out here and you run, you're done. We were able to get the car yesterday, and it just so happened that it worked out that it's what? Blue, royal blue, the same colors of the middle school colors, which is blue and gold. So that car will be utilized in that position. We're hoping to put it in that position with y'all's approval for the SRO. That car will be marked and equipped with spare equipment, old equipment that we have that we can move around. Won't have the fanciest light bars, the fanciest, it'll just have enough that we can get by and work with. We have the equipment, we have the uniforms, we have some people that are willing to work in it. We just need y'all's approval to go forward to allow us to put the SRO in the school system for the schools. I think, Ms. Bradley, if you have any questions, be glad to answer anything. And of course, Dr. Williams, I will say too that the school board is behind us 100%. I know we have one of our school board members here this morning, but like I said, they are very pleased, and I cannot praise this young lady right here enough between working with myself and her diligently in trying to get this grant. As I said, it's through the Safe Schools Act, through the schools in the state of North Carolina, and we appreciate any support that you all can give us. Ms. Bradley, Dr. Williams, do you want to?
Good morning to everyone. Again, I thank Sheriff Webb for his kind words. The Department of Public Instruction made the funds available, grant funds available, and we felt we could not miss this opportunity to enhance what we have here. We're very pleased with what we have in place now with Deputy Jordan working with our schools, but it's kind of hard when we stretch them across 5 schools. So we're very pleased to have this opportunity to have another school resource officer. And the school resource officers are not, I know, they are deputies, they work with Sheriff Webb, but also they work to learn the students and learn the different things that are happening within the school environment, which makes it, just a step above having that school resource officer learning the students. They get to know him. As you know, nationwide, there have been concerns about issues such as bullying and drug situations, so we just feel good to be able to have this additional resource. And I'll be quiet and see if Dr. Williams would like to share anything else.
Good morning, Mr. Mendenhall, Mr. Chairman, and board members. For my seat as the superintendent of the school district, most important thing above academics is safety. You got to have a safe, conducive learning environment for students to learn. That's just common sense. And everything that Sheriff Webb has stated, I'm right on top of. Everything Ms. Bradley has put forth and implementing, that's my line of vision that we're focused on. But I would like to read something here to you that probably wraps it up all in a neat little nice package. 1 year later, when you drive the winding wooded roads of Sandy Hook, Connecticut, the reminders of what happened here on December 14, 2012 are everywhere. One family lights 26 candles every night, having done so without fail since that tragic day. Another yard sports a large number of 26 in paving stones, easily visible to passers-by. Across the street from the volunteer firehouse, to which our children were evacuated after being freed from the school, stands a green sign covered in 26 crosses. Throughout the town, you'll find multicolored ribbons hanging from the street signs, and utility poles where friends and family also have hung balloons in celebration of the birthdays of the lost that have gone by since. Often those birthdays are marked by special events, media interviews, and articles, and other acknowledgments. There is always a reminder of that day here at hand in Sandy Hook, and that is something that we all have to learn to live with in their own way. As with all things, time lessens and impacts the spreads out the reminders in manageable intervals, at least so far. Yet something looms on the horizon, and it threatens to turn what has become a trickle of reminders into a tsunami. Anniversaries are important to people. We conceptualize the events of our lives, good and bad, along with the cycle of years. Since the first human ancestors scrawled the first calendar on a cave wall, we have held the passage of discrete unit of time in an utmost regard. As time goes on, the interval between notable anniversaries lengthens. 5 years to 10 years to 25 years to 50. These reprieves only come, however, after we endure the first anniversary and encompass the inescapable one-year mark. No birthday is more joyous than the first. No wedding anniversary more affirming, and no tragic anniversary more painful. I do not want anything to happen to my kids. I don't need a resource officer to discipline students. We do that. I don't need a resource officer to come in and yell at students. We don't do that. But I do need resource officers, and I need this fleet of crew that this man puts together to make sure our schools are safe. So, appreciate you allowing me to talk, and I'm sorry I was a little bit late, had something else going on, but thank you so much for your interest.
Thank you.
We'll be glad to answer any questions or anything that y'all have, of any of us if you wish. I understand, but with working with Mr. Mendenhall and my staff and so forth, we're trying to give up here, give up there, whatever, but as far as, like I said, vehicle, equipment, everything to outfit the SRO, we feel like we can, through spare equipment and things, we can make this work. And we just need y'all's blessings as commissioners to say go forward with it. And like I said, the funding's there for at least 2 years, and after that, we'll have to look at, we're only talking about $42,000. That's what everything, that's what salary and benefits. We'll look at that and do what we can in the future, but we're just looking for y'all's blessing on it for that. That's all right. We appreciate it.
All right, we thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Bradley and all that you all are doing. I think it's a great thing. Like I say, it's for 2 years, but we'll have to find how we're going to fund it in coming years. But,
Yes. Well, we're hoping that we reapply, but to understand this was something that we had a few years back. And we did, at one time, we did have, before you all, any of y'all's time on the as chairman or commissioner, that we did have 2 SROs, and it worked really, really good. Especially having someone, right now, the kids in the elementary schools, you know, they're doing real well, but when they get to that middle school, there's so much of an influx of stuff going on, it's nice to have someone there with them to meet them and be there with them on a daily basis. And that's what we're looking to try to do.
Would you all have comments?
I think it was certainly it's an opportunity we can't afford not to take advantage of.
I do know the impact that Officer Jordan has on the school students. They have a personal relationship with him. Affectionately call him OJ. And I have seen him at ball games demand real respect among students, and they listen and adhere to what he calls for. So I know SRO has a great impact.
I know I get tickled at it. He's the only person I know who can walk into the cafeteria, the principal, assistant principal, any teacher can walk into the cafeteria at the high school, and he'll say, students, students, and they'll keep right on. All OJ's got to do is walk in and say, kids! Dead silence. Dead silence. So like I said, he does have an impact on the kids.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And,
Thank you.
We'll be working with the county manager. We'll get that on the agenda sometimes in February or something.
Yes, sir. Actually, on the closed session agenda for this afternoon. Okay, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Cleo, Patty?
Good morning to all of you. I'm here about a letter that was sent tonight from the churches. I thought it was going to be brought up at the last meeting and it wasn't. I hope you all are investigating. You all could not do anything about this letter because it was unauthored. But I'll grant you, it's somebody that knows what's going on And if you all pull the employees aside and talk to them individually, where they wouldn't get backlash from our county manager, I think you would get to the bottom of it. And the treatment that they're getting, I have family, I know personally what they have been through, and it's not right. You all are the CEOs of Gates County, not him. I say kick his butt out.
Okay.
I was just going to talk on school property, sir.
All right, well, you want to do that in a public hearing? We're going to have.
When the school property.
Okay, all right. John Crocker?
Yes, sir. I'd like to reserve my time for the school property also.
All right. Okay, we'll get you all in when we go to public hearing. All right, the next will be our announced delegation to First Bank's Albemarle Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Good morning.
Good morning.
Bring greetings from the Albemarle Commission, board of delegates, and my staff. We thank you that we can serve your county. I'll be brief. I'm here because of recognition for Mr. Jordan. Well, I think Mr. Jordan missed our last meeting because he knew he would be recognized at that meeting.
So I couldn't get away.
Couldn't get away. I'm here to tell you, you can run, but you can't hide. That's why I'm here. Mr. Jordan has been an outstanding delegate for you to the commission. He's done an excellent job. He served from 2009 to 2013. And Mr. Jordan is a wise man. He's thoughtful, knowledgeable, he's been engaged, and we really appreciate that. So, as I said, this is the last meeting when we have given him this plaque, so today we offer that plaque, and my personal appreciation for your service to the commission. I said in the previous meeting that I always like to hear what Mr. Jordan had to say. Didn't always agree. He didn't always agree with me, and that was fine. But I always respected him personally, and I always respected his opinion. So if you would allow me to give this to him during your time. And it says, presented to Henry Jordan, in appreciation of his outstanding public service and commitment as Gates County delegate to the Albemarle Commission from 2009 until 2013.
I miss you as well. It was a pleasure serving, and I really enjoyed representing the citizens of Gates County as we tried to bring projects and various economic development to Gates County. I think you always recognize that my first words are, what's in it for Gates County? Thank you. Okay. Our next item on the agenda will be our administrative reports. First report from County Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, pleased to present the December administrative report. You'll see under administrative items, the community center has been effectively transferred to the Board of Education. That became effective January 1st, 2014. And we're moving along in some other shared services areas, which I believe are going to be on the second page of that report outlined by appendix. We have continued to work on the draft incentives policy that we've been talking about with the Economic Development Commission. Also wanted to report, as we talked yesterday, that the performance agreements have not been ratified for Merchants Commerce Park. We've attended three important meetings, one with the Albemarle RC&D Council, which is Resource Conservation and Development. The second with the Albemarle RPO, and they are working right now through the governor's reprioritization of transportation projects in the state. The rural equity funding formula was repealed by General Assembly, and they are moving in a new direction, looking at what can improve congestion mitigation, economic development. So it's not equitable across all regions. It's not equitable between urban and rural anymore. It's more score-based, and there's a score that the region is working on, the state is working on. It's very draft in format. You'll be receiving a copy of what we have thus far for Gates County and the narrative of how all that works later this afternoon. And then finally, the Northeast Commission was also affected by recent acts of the General Assembly. They are effectively in a funding crunch and a purpose mission crunch, and they're working through with the county managers and the city and town managers and the economic development professionals in the region of how their existence will be moving forward. So the Northeast Commission is undergoing a tremendous amount of change as well, just as much, if not more, than the Department of Transportation. Finally, we're still working on those shared service items. We're continuing to work on utilities improvements. I will report to you that as we move into this winter time, being so cold, you're not going to see very much progress on leaks. I believe we're down to 4 leaks and/or meter installs, but we are going to work on painting some hydrants. Unfortunately, there's got to be a certain temperature to apply paint as well. You'll see on the next page, you'll be getting a briefing today about customer service and the consolidation of the one-stop for customer service, utility payments, permitting, to make our customer service and ease of use by the residents one-stop. You don't have to go to multiple offices to find questions answered or who to talk to. We'll have a one-stop shop for that. Information technology, you can see where we are on that. We do have some challenges ahead with this 911 project and how that's going to integrate with GIS and tax mapping. We haven't got far enough along to understand how all those impacts are going to be made. But we do have the 911 grant, and using the 911 fund, we're going to see a substantial upgrade of the 911 center. We just want to make sure it's done right so it integrates and communicates back to all the other pieces of software, so everything becomes a lot more seamless and a lot more user-friendly for our county workers. We were attempting to set up a Golden Leaf meeting. We accomplished that. We met yesterday with the Golden Leaf Foundation Rural Center. We're trying to set up a similar type meeting with the Rural Center as well. And then you can see as we go down the shared services update where we are in all those appendices. We have received back our capital improvement forms for most of the departments. Some of the departments are still working through theirs, and we hope to have that ready to be integrated in the FY15 budget. We've got to do a lot of number crunching between now and March, April time. And then finally, at the end of page 2, going into page 3, you can see an update on the various projects we have. Sanitary sewer project phase 2 remains suspended. We had a good conversation yesterday about some funding issues with the Golden Leaf Foundation. And then item number 2, the historic courthouse project. We are moving very rapidly on the inside. We've got a facilitative conversation that needs to be had for structural repair, but we're moving in a good order inside. We've actually gotten far enough along to talk about data and telephones and how all that's going to be run. Some of the areas will be painted by what we call force account, meaning county forces, but for all intents and purposes, the plumbing is majority done. We found a significant wiring issue in the attic where we had exposed copper, which is a fire hazard. We fixed that. That's going to be a change order, but it makes the building safer. The HVAC is actually on in the building for most part, and is working well. You'll recall that we didn't do a lot of HVAC work. Most of the units were in good shape when the library was there. We are going to have to do a little bit of duct work, some flex duct. We're going to have to just work through that in the coming couple of weeks. We had a very good historic courthouse meeting on Thursday, December 19th, and the courthouse committee was briefed on all that. With that, I know the holiday season has passed, but I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and hope that all the residents have a happy and prosperous New Year as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have, any comments or concerns. I will tell you that A lot of your department heads were asked to not be present for today's meeting. The usual administrative policy is that we're here to answer questions, but to free up space and seats, not everybody's going to be here. So if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer or take notes on their department reports and get back to you if needed.
All right, thank you, Conrad. We did have meetings with Senator Cook and Representative Mobley. And Representative Mobley asked that we send discussion items to her. Were you able to get that to her? I know we talked about it yesterday, but maybe email that to her.
We had not emailed that this morning, no, sir. It'll probably be after this meeting.
The board, we met with all of our representatives and let them know some of the issues and concerns that we have. And so we're trying to get that list back to them, at least with Representative Mobley, so that they can take action on them when the sessions come into order. All right, any comments, questions?
I noticed, John, that you said on December 19th is a courthouse meeting. There's one in January as well. Do you know what that date is?
I don't believe it's been set yet. We had some discussion, if I recall, about whether or not it was going to be in the historic courthouse. I'm going to look at Commissioner Hopper. Did we set a date?
I think we did. Look at my calendar. I think it's January 16th, but I'm not positively sure on that. Thursday, the 16th at 4:30. Why it's earlier because of the Alcohol Commission, it meets at 9. And some of us have to go to that.
Is it still at the library?
We were going to wait and see
Okay.
what you said about the condition of the courtroom.
Okay. We said the 16th, I had the 23rd. But
That would work out better, I think.
that's what I have on my calendar.
And I could have written it down wrong.
Well, I don't know.
The 22nd is the commissioners' meeting, because we had to move that because of Martin Luther King holiday on Monday, and we're meeting on Wednesday.
All right, well, we'll have to get a notice out as to what day it actually is.
We'll email everyone.
All right, there are no other questions and comments. We'll have our finance report. I guess Sam's not here then.
That is correct. She's going to come a little bit later and brief y'all on customer service.
Okay. Our tax report.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You all have a copy of your collector's report that took place this morning. Nothing out of the normal to report with that. You will notice that during the month of December, we did collect a little over $1.7 million, and as of today, we have collected right at $1 million in the month of January. So we probably at this point have collected about 75% of the revenue, and we will in the next couple of weeks be sending out second notice letters to residents that haven't paid. So do y'all have any questions in reference to that, or once you've had a chance to look over it more, if you have any questions, just give me a call or email me.
Just, well, is that on par with last year?
It's pretty close to where we were last year this time. If there are no other questions in reference to that, you do have some refunds. The first refund that you have is for $101.98. This was for a taxpayer that actually sent their vehicle tax to us and it should have gone to DMV. So that's what, that first refund is for the Second is $113.60. This is for an individual that actually traded their vehicle in, so this is for the amount of time that they had paid the taxes, and this is the refund for the amount of time that they did not have that vehicle. The spreadsheet that you have, as you know, normally this time of year, we have a lot of refunds to go back to mortgage companies at the end of the year. That's basically what those listed there are. If y'all have any questions on those, I'll be glad to answer.
This is the list of what goes back to the mortgage company.
This is the list of what goes back to the mortgage companies, yes.
So we're not asking for $6,372 for that.
We are asking for, well, it's really not a refund, they're overpayments, is what they are, that need to go back to the mortgage companies.
All right. Board, we have actually 3 requests and 1 multiple request. What is the pleasure of the board on the Bobby Lester refund of $101.98?
Motion that it be paid.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Okay. Next would be taxpayer Dan Murray, asked you $113.60.
Move that it be approved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All nay. All opposed? Nay. The next is the multiple mortgage companies overpayments in the amount of $6,373.12. What is your pleasure?
Make a motion to be approved.
Second. Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
And Ms. Cohn has the originals of those for you to sign. And on one other note, the letter that we had sent to Attorney Travis Ellis, I have spoken with him in reference to that, and his assistant is working on getting those files together and coded. So hopefully, I probably will be calling him in the next week or two to see where we stand with
Are we going to turn those over to Zacchaeus?
those. Any other questions?
Is this going to be a new format?
Yeah, we normally just do this when it's the mortgage companies, this is what we do. So it's just easier to do all the mortgage companies on one spreadsheet versus. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions or comments on our personnel report?
I had a question, I was missing October. I had 2 Decembers and no October. I have September, December, November, December.
On your personnel report?
Yes, sir.
September, December, November, and December again. You follow that?
What we will do is email the December out to you. I'm not
No, it's
sure.
October.
I'm sorry, the October one. I see December, then it goes October, December, then it goes November. And I got back in December again. We'll rectify that and send you an email.
Okay. Any other comments on the personnel report? I did have one on maintenance. Under your maintenance, for DSS, the buildings and grounds are in process of meeting with the light companies for installing new lights at the county building. Now, DSS has had an issue with their lights for quite some time. Many times, the DSS workers have to come in on special calls to address child issues or family issues, and it's very dark out there. What priority do they have? I think that should be one of our high priorities, items that we're addressing right now, so it doesn't say where, it doesn't mention them. I think we ought to make it known that that's a high priority item that we need to really address for safety.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can give you a verbal update. I know the supervisor has met with the electric company and the DSS director on site, and that occurred this week. They had a drawing, but they've got to go back and price it to determine how much it's going to be. They will essentially light up the parking area on the south side as well as the building on the north side. There are only lights on the building on the south side. We've had a lot of trouble with them. They've been replaced 3 or 4 times. But these will be pole-mounted spotlights, for lack of a better word, the directional, not the Cobra head hanging over the directional lights, but they did have that.
All right, any other thoughtful concerns?
I have been asked when the blue flags are going to disappear in Gatesville, meters.
I don't know, but we can find out. Would you like them removed? Is that?
Well, I didn't know what the length of time they've been up there. I didn't know if it was a continued purpose.
I would say they've been up there for probably 3 or 4 meter reading cycles. Let me talk with the guys in the field, and if they feel comfortable, we'll have them remove them the next time they read those meters.
Okay. That completes our departmental reports. Special correspondence, if any concerns, questions about correspondence, articles of interest, and the county calendar. I think we ought to go one item on the county calendar. On January 20th, Martin Luther King's birthday, so recognition, and we moved our board of commissioners meeting to that Wednesday at 5:30. That was a change. All right, other than that, any other? All right, if there are no other comments, we'll move on to our next item of business. And I will take this break, an opportunity to say that we do appreciate everyone coming. We're about to enter into public hearing. John, I do think the board will be moving to take a look to see how many citizens we have that are interested in the public hearing that are not in here. Do we have a, if you don't mind, just take a look and see what we have. Board, we have about we have about 12 citizens that are here specifically for the Sudbury School public hearing. If there might be someone who is not here for the public Sudbury public hearing, school public hearing, if you wanted to allow them to come in, or we could allow you to come and stand, but I don't really see the need of us trying to move to another facility. They they're okay without being out in the hall. So, again, we apologize, but we're doing the best we can.
Chairman, I think we have 3 items on the public hearing, I think. We will handle the Sunbury gymnasium hearing separate from the Sunbury School, is that correct? People, if they won't be, we have the William Roundtree, then we'll have the gymnasium, and then we'll have a hearing on the school, is that correct?
No, we're gonna have the public hearing on the school, which will include the school and the gymnasium, and then we'll have a public hearing on William Roundtree.
Well, the way the agenda had it, I didn't know, and the county manager agreed with me, and you disagreed with him, so.
There are 3 zoning cases, each one with a separate application. A separate hearing that is required
For each one.
for,
Okay.
should be 3 hearings.
All right. I stand corrected, Mr. Roundtree. We'll have 3 hearings. Okay. All right, everyone's all right. We're gonna go into public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment first. We have a lot of people here who've probably never been to a public hearing, and just so they won't get confused with the sign-up sheet, it's not required. If you're moved to speak, your signature on this piece of paper up here to speak is not necessary.
Right.
Just to be recognized before you come to the podium.
You ask that you give the name and where you're from. Okay, we have a motion to go in public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion second, to go in public hearing. We're now, all in favor, aye? Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, we're now in the public hearing regarding the rezoning of Sunbury School from R1 zoning classification to an RMF 72 classification. It's been presented to the board, and we will act on it today, and we will hear the comments from the citizens. We don't have any specific order that you may comment, but we would ask that you come and recognize whoever's speaking, and once they're finished, come as well. So, here we are.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
my,
Public, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Slade Rand. I'm a lawyer. I've been contacted by the Hatches in Sunbury Fields to speak on their behalf briefly at this hearing. I believe they intend to speak, and some other folks may have a presentation for you, but they asked me to come in part because I do a lot of local government work. And one of my board members who's on my appointed boards in Wilson knew me and knows the Hatches. Also knows that in Wilson that we have an old school that was rehabilitated about 10 years ago. It's bigger than Sunbury School, but for most of us in this room, I think, maybe not everybody, we've been to a school in our lives that's no longer in use. Particularly old high schools, when you've got county consolidations and building new schools. These old places hold a great deal of sentimental value to all of us. I'm not familiar with Sunbury School the way that you folks would be, but this school in Wilson is very sentimental to me. It's been converted to senior housing. It's one of those schools that had an old gym, like you see in It's a Wonderful Life, where the gym opens up and there's a pool underneath. This place was in disrepair, was falling apart. The area around it was decaying, and it wasn't being used for a school anymore. And this had been going on for a while. It's a very similar situation that you're facing here with Sunbury School. I believe the last use of it was in 1997. Now, I might say right here, I know there's going to be a separate public hearing for the gym, but with your permission, I'd like my remarks to carry over to that one, so I don't have to speak again. I think that would save time. There's no need for me to speak again about the same issues. But in your wisdom, you determine based on your values that this school was worth saving. And so you decided in 2011 to sell it to Historic Preservation of North Carolina and work with them to find a buyer at the same time to buy the school and rehabilitate it. And according to the agreement with Historic Preservation, there's a 10-year period in which they can do this. In conjunction with that, you've also got an incentive agreement, which doesn't have particular terms that I'm aware of. You may have inserted some terms, or maybe a written agreement somewhere. But this is an incentive based on taxes paid, and it's actually in the form of a cash incentive, if you will. That may not be exactly how you characterize it, but that's what it is. And the Hatches bought the school and the gym and the surrounding properties with the intent to rehabilitate it. And what they found is what people in other towns have found, all over, not just North Carolina, but the country. Y'all aren't unique in the sense that you've got old schools and old surplus property that you don't know what to do with later on. But it seems, in talking with planning directors in other places, including mine in Wilson, that the highest and best use for a lot of these places are for residential living or apartments. And in many cases, towns or developers elect to use senior living. It seems to be the least intrusive means of developing the places. You have, there are always concerns about high density, but this particular demographic is the least likely one to be involved in criminal activity. You don't see a lot of people that are, I'm not quite that age yet, although I've been getting letters from AARP for about 20 years, but I'm in my 50s. And so once you get to a certain age, you're a lot less likely to be involved in criminal activity. That's a major concern, I think, that people have when you're in a small community. It's just, I think in your development plan, long-range plan, you prefer low-density, single-family housing. But this property is unique. It sits amongst the mixed-use area. In order to develop it, you're going to have to put something in there that's economically viable. And my clients have examined many different ways of developing this property. They've concluded from an economic standpoint that it's not feasible to do anything but put housing units in there. And that's what they're trying to do. In order to do that under your code, the only way they can do that is if you rezone the property to the residential classification of the multi-use with 72 units. I think the lower, you've got 36 and 72 and some lesser ones for multifamily. But there are no mechanisms in your code by which you can restrict the development there beyond just the number of units. There's no special use permit, no conditional requirements there for the zoning. So their only option is to ask for rezoning to RMH 72, I believe. So that's why they're here today. The same sort of situation with the gym, which is zoned R1. Now, schools are permitted in R1, but a multifamily unit and the purchase uses, most of those are not permitted in the way it's currently zoned. I think the intention of the board 2 years ago was that this place would be developed, and there was a very real possibility at that time that it would involve residential uses. And I think that some folks are here from Historic Preservation. They can tell you the same thing. They've got a development over in Eaton that's very successful. Like I said, the one in Wilson that I'm familiar with is very successful. There are other ones across the state that are. But that's why they're here today. I know that I've reviewed some of the notes from other meetings with the planning board. There's some concerns from citizens about spot zoning. I don't think spot zoning is an issue here because there all are different uses around. It's not all residential. There's some commercial use there right next to it. So you don't have that issue. Plus, this property is unique. And because it's unique, I don't think the spot zoning is going to apply. Even if you wanted to say that it applies on this property, it is spot zoning, there are exceptions to that rule. And that due to the characteristics of the property and your growth plan, spot zoning in very limited circumstances is permissible, assuming that it's spot zoning in the first place, but it's not. I think your lawyer was not here that I'm aware of, could advise you on that. He's a very good lawyer, very well respected across the state. But I don't think it is spot zoning. I'm not here to talk about the plans that my clients have, but what I've heard by watching some videotape of the planning board meeting before is that there are concerns about the density here, things about the spot zoning. But your current zoning ordinance doesn't allow for any additional restrictions. Now, there are different ways that you can put restrictions on the property, but you can't do it at this hearing right here. And you can't condition the passing or the granting of the application for the zoning change on these restrictions. But you can do it with economic incentive agreements. You've already got an existing agreement that doesn't really have any terms, but you could condition the receipt of the credits that you're already given upon certain things going on. You can change your ordinance to allow senior living in the R1 zone with a special use permit. These are things that you could do, but those aren't options for my clients. The only options they have are to come forward today and ask for the changes that they're asking for. They're also, an important feature about this is there's some state tax credits for what they're trying to do that will sunset this year. And so there is a little bit of an urgency that binds them right now if they want to develop the property in this manner. And in my estimation, for what it's worth, and for some of you it may not be worth much, and some people out here probably didn't, but you don't have very many options to redevelop this school to save it. And if it's worth something to you, and not just sentimental, but from an economic standpoint, I think that it would be very wise for you to grant this request. And I think the neighbors who might object might find down the road that most of their concerns are not going to come to fruition. And I'd also ask if there's some legal issues that come up with some objections, that if you give me permission later on to address some of those, if I may. I don't plan to speak unless somebody has a question, but if you do, if you don't mind, I'd like a chance to respond to some of those. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to make a presentation and community can respond to that. There's a PowerPoint that I think Melissa's got. Brenda can use your computer. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, today I'm going to explain one way to bring the Sunbury School back to life, and this is the plan the community needs. We're here to do something good for the Sunbury School, and everyone should be here for that very same reason. The purpose of today's meeting is to correct the current zoning of the former Sunbury School and Gymnasium, both currently set at R1. But possibly more important, it's another opportunity for us to introduce to you as leaders of our community and a future challenge and ambition to return the Sunbury School back to being an important anchor to our community. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and this zoning correction is just one early example of the cooperation needed between the county, the community, and others and ourselves to make this happen. But first, a quick little history. Until recently, my wife Brenda and I, we were owners of a hotel. We took an old abandoned 5-story historical 19th century city center building and we turned it into a hotel with 3 patios, a grand ballroom, terrace, and parking. In 2011, Preservation North Carolina showed us various properties in need of similar renovation, including the Sunbury School. Even with the terrible state of disrepair from vandalism and other causes, we still see the potential of the building. And as you know, at the end of 2011, we purchased the Sunbury School with a 10-year plan to stabilize and renovate the buildings. But we soon realized that unless the school was developed sooner than later, further vandalism from theft, weather, and other factors would make the task just that much harder in the future. So we introduced the Sunbury campus to developers, to architects, preservation specialists, and other regional business people for ideas, feedback, and proposals on how best to historically adapt the school and the campus. Though we are convinced the Sunbury and Gates County is a great location, and this is not exactly how other developers look at us. They cited the driving distances, low population density, and the current economic environment as barriers to investment. But from the beginning, we did want to be on the right foot with any future development of the school, and in early June, we met at the county manager's office and asked about the needs of the community. In our follow-up meeting, they answered that housing and backed it up with the county's own work identifying our area's shortage of quality rental housing, especially for seniors that need to downsize and are forced to leave the county. So this matched this work that they have been doing matched the best positive feedback we've received from our network of professional preservation specialists, who pointed out how well these classrooms adapt to one-bedroom apartments for seniors. This strategy, as Slade mentioned, has been successful not just in North Carolina, but nationwide. And here are some examples. That's one I want to show a couple of these. That Wilson, huh?
This is Wilson.
So this is the school that Slade just mentioned. This is the Wilson School. That's a beautiful auditorium.
Shows the interior.
So this, folks, I'm going to do this if you don't mind. This is in Wilkesboro. And again, the school looks a lot like the Sunbury School looks. And just a fantastic job in sort of historical renovation, and quality, and this great architecture and design. If you like later, I think Sally Service has some examples of what happened, the work that he did in other ones, including Enfield and I believe Ahoskie as well. But I've also included some statistics about the housing needs here in Gates County. So these are come from the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency and from our own Gates County Housing Assessment and Action Plan published this year. This mentioned, among other things, the housing problems in Gates County include an historical, I'm quoting here from this action plan, historical lack of community awareness of housing issues and problems. 2, historically uncoordinated, fragmented housing activities and efforts. And 3, and this is important, I think, deteriorated substandard housing. They also mentioned affordability, overcrowding, and ownerships. And I think that we can take a look at these statistics here. We have 15% of the population here is 65 plus, and that's growing, well above the state or the national average. 21% of the population is over 21. 32% of our housing was built prior to 1970, and I think, let me jump down. 36% of the rental occupied homes in the county are mobile homes. So the plan here is what's called an historic adaptive reuse, otherwise known as a renovation, of the Sunbury School for one-bedroom apartments just for seniors 55 years and older, providing a safe, high-quality living environment for residents while acting as a catalyst to further developing the campus in a manner commensurate with the Sunbury community, and is in the best-case scenario to help reverse the general decline of services in our area. We are pleased to meet everyone every day who were former Sunbury School alumni and staff, and we love hearing from them how much they enjoyed the school and how much they wanted to be taken care of. We are proud to be the current gatekeepers to the school and its slice of personal history. For many members of the community, we are determined to return the building to being something important, something to be proud of. So the request here again is in regards to zoning. RMF 72 is the only RMF subcategory that functions for the intended use of the school without demanding the zoning ordinances. And if I may do the same, I'd like to talk about the gymnasium as well. And for the gymnasium, we believe that C1 is the best function for the intended use as a service center and activities for seniors and the community. Again, the gymnasium, we like to see it as a senior center, maybe a senior activity center, and again, get that gymnasium available for people to have community meetings, weddings, birthdays, however. And of course, the question can be, how many apartments are we talking about here? It's not 72, that's for sure. The final count, and again, I'm going to say the final count hasn't been determined, but right now we're looking at something around 45 apartments, maybe 48. But this is not final. The final apartment in the unit count will be determined by several factors. They include the demand, how many folks actually in the area need this, the architect's proposals, how many apartments, two-bedroom apartments can fit into the campus. Construction, of course, we're talking about economies of scale, larger buildings, lesser cost, and the source of funds. This is important. This plan is to be financed by a mix of state and federal tax credits. These are not grants. As well as pre-development and construction loans. These tax credit agreements offer everyone the stability that the new owner, if there was ever a new owner, not us, cannot redevelop, as these tax credits require us to continue with these apartments as senior apartments for 30 years, no matter who is the owner. And the last part of the mix here, the balance, is the property management. Part of the tax credit agreements is you have to have a qualified, experienced property management company. And these companies for them, 100 units is normal. So anything under 100 units is considered small. We have to be able to attract a quality, experienced management company to work with us on this. And the more apartments, the more apartments is better, simply because it has to pay for the security, all the staff requirements. And quickly, I'm just going to get into the gymnasium here. Again, we envision the gym returning to support and serve the community and the planned and current community. We're exploring how we can bring the senior center to Gates County for the first time to be housed in the gym, as well as the senior activity center, neighborhood activity center, and commercial services such as laundry, coffee shop, a health clinic. So in closing, I repeat, this is a request for a zoning correction, but I repeat, it's also a request for the community at large to embrace what is a good thing for the school, for the neighborhood, and for our community. This plan is going to bring the school back to a source of pride. It's going to help solve a pressing need in the community regarding safe housing and clean, beautiful homes for our aging population. It's going to open the gym to the community. Today's meeting is another integral part of our latest work introducing this plan. Already we received firm support from the project from local agencies, and I've listed some of them above here. And again, these funds, they're both a competitive and a scarce resource, these tax credits. And they tend to favor larger demographic areas. And so it's only communities who rally and support to overcome these odds that make it happen. And I want to cite an example, and Sally can mention Enfield is a small population not far from us here. And they managed it, and they love it, and it's a great positive asset for their community. And they wanted it to happen. So this is just the beginning of a long road, and we want everyone who can to join us if we can. I know in the last meeting there was a lot of misinformation and a certain bit of anger and maybe even resentfulness. There's not much we can do about what has happened in the past decades before, and we're not really to blame for that. We hope that the decision here will be based on what is best for the school and the community, and not based on anger or any fear of the future. And I thank you for your attention. I'm available for any questions.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak to you on behalf of people who need safe, secure, sanitary housing, and from the perspective of economic development.
Could you give us your name?
My name is Sally Surface. Professionally, I am the Executive Director of Chonoke Area Development Association, CADA, that's chartered to do developmental work in Bertie, Hertford, Northampton, and Halifax counties. We are very similar to EIC from the standpoint of some of the programs that we operate. One of the things that we have done over we are all over 50 years old, and we have been involved in trying to provide good housing for our communities, not only from the standpoint of single-family housing, foreclosure prevention, mortgage modifications, new construction, and so forth. But we've also been involved in the conversion of 3 historic schools into senior apartments. The first that we did was in Woodland, And I'm not sure whether you are familiar with Woodland, but Woodland has a population probably about 700 people. So one of the things that we had to overcome is the concept of rural areas and what are services that are there that will support the residents, and to get beyond a lack of knowledge of exactly what a reuse of a historic school can be. We've also done a Husky High School apartments, and we've done, which had 41 units, and we've done infield school apartments that has 36 units. We have received awards for doing these conversions. In 2012, we received an award from CAHEC, which is Community Affordable Housing Equity Corporation. And this was an award given from competition among 13 states as the best adaptive reuse for that year for seniors. We also received awards for Woodland and for Husky. And the thing that I think that's very important to understand is that when you're doing housing, converting a school into senior housing, you are, one, providing housing to a population that needs housing. And it's going to be housing that's safe. It's going to be housing that's energy efficient. It's going to be housing that is monitored and monitored and monitored to make sure that it is in compliance with the federal regulations, that it's in compliance with safety codes, that it is being maintained and taken care of, because you have to protect your federal tax and state tax credits. Because if you don't meet those requirements, you don't keep that property in good shape, if you don't do what you're supposed to, then the housing you're going to find your housing being changed. You'll have to make changes to make sure that you are maintaining. And that is the reason, as Graham referred to earlier, that you have to have a good management company, someone who understands. And when you're doing development, you've got to have a development team that has all the right people in it. Because as Graham referred to earlier, it is very important to make sure that you have your development team, because it is competitive. The tax credits are limited. If you don't have a good plan, if you don't have good people working for you, you're not going to get funded. If you don't have the community supporting it, you're not going to get funded. And some of these tax credits are scheduled to disappear at the end of this year. So it's very important that if you're going to take advantage of these tax credits to do this kind of work, that you go ahead and do it this year. Now, what people may not understand is when we talk about doing that, exactly what it means. And I'll come back and talk to you a little bit about that, but just let me give you an idea of some of the things that we have here. And these are from different areas. This one is from inside, these are infill. All of these are infill, I think, aren't they? And you can see that infill, one of the things is you have your mailboxes, so that with your seniors to get their mail, they don't have to go outside, that in bad weather, that the mail is available for them inside. You can see that you have your emergency sensor lights and so forth in place. You can see that you have your laundry facilities on site. And sometimes you can go in, when you go into some of these units, you can tell by the way the appliances are, which ones are handicapped and which ones are not handicapped. And you will also see that if this is a fully accessible handicap unit, because someone can roll into this in a wheelchair. And if it's a handicap unit, you will see these kinds of things installed to take care of those people who need that kind of facility. This is a gazebo, and you will see gazebos in different places, and they're there so the seniors are encouraged to get outside and take advantage of some things. You'll also see raised garden plots, because seniors like to garden, and this gives them an opportunity to continue to have a garden if they want to do that. So they can do those kinds of things. You will also see that based on zoning requirements and so forth, there'll have to be a certain number of parking spaces. there based on the use of the facility. You will see that there is an elevator if it's a two-story building. So because seniors need to be able to access the top floor, you've got to meet your FDA requirements and different things like that. You will also see in infield, you would see the built-in microwaves that are done so that they are accessible for a senior, and they're not built over a stove, but built somewhere else in the kitchen area. You're going to see that when possible, you preserve the hardwood floors. You can see in some of them, if you go in, where the hardwood floor has been preserved and where there may have been new floor added in. And if that takes place, you turn it differently so you can tell which is the old and which is the new. If you go in and look at one of these, you will see where there are doors that are no longer being used and how you do those doors so they stay there to protect the historic fabric and are still visible and let people who once lived there as students know that this was their classroom door. At Woodland, for instance, when we opened Woodland up in '98, we had people who lived in Woodland. That had gone to school there. We had one gentleman who was in his sixth-room classroom. Sixth grade classroom was his actual apartment. And what you have to do to protect the historic fabric of these buildings is you design your apartments around the existing classrooms and the existing windows. So each one of the apartments has its own personality. It's not going to be going in somewhere where you see everything is cookie cutter. Each one is going to be a little different. When you're applying for tax credits, as I was talking about earlier, you've got to be able to provide some services, and you don't see them in these photographs, but you've got to have we have exercise rooms with equipment there that the seniors can use. We have library computer rooms that the seniors can go and use. We have craft rooms in case they want to have quilting classes or pottery classes or those kinds of things. Outside, you're going to see grills and picnic areas so that they can go and cook out and enjoy things like that. You have common spaces. And common spaces, for instance, in Woodland and the others, we have a common area that says that a senior is having a birthday and their bedroom apartment is not going to be large enough for their family to come help them celebrate their birthday. They can reserve that community space, so they can go in and actually have a birthday party. You have, and Bobby Ure is here with us, and some of you may know Bobby, and Bobby is the site manager for Ahoskie High School Apartments, and they have regularly scheduled activities going on for the seniors, whether it's with a chronic illness class or whether it's with someone coming in and doing Bible study. And we found that Bible study is one of the things that they really enjoy, and a lot of the churches will come and participate. But if you don't have a good development team, if you don't have community support, if you don't have a good plan, you're not going to have an opportunity to secure these tax credits. And once you do secure them, there are in place so many checkpoints, checks and balances to make sure that the property is maintained to meet its requirements, that it is maintained in accordance with what the federal government requires, the state government requires, that your fire marshal requires, that your sanitation person requires. Now, when I said that there were a lot of benefits from doing this, one is that you are preserving a history of your school and you're providing housing to a population that needs housing. Is the third, and this is something that some of you may be interested in, is the economic development aspect of doing this development. When the construction is going on, there will be, you have to get permits. So there is money that comes to the county for those building permits based on what the cost of doing that redevelopment of that school property is. The county will get substantial fees from having the permits issued. So that is one thing that is going to be a direct economic benefit to the county. The other thing is, once these apartments are constructed, once they are leased up, you're going to have additional tax revenue coming in. Because this is not a nonprofit that's being developed. This is like an LLC that will be paying taxes. The rate that they pay is different from other rates, but they will be paying taxes. I think if I remember correctly, it's around $13,000 or $14,000 that Hertford County gets every year just from Ahoskie High School apartments. And that is something they would not have gotten otherwise. So you start multiplying that over many years, and you can see the economic benefit. In the case of Ahoskie, one of the benefits that may not apply in this case is with the town of Ahoskie, because we purchase water and sewer from that town every day, that there would not be anybody purchasing from them. They would not be receiving that revenue if the school was not, apartments was not there. The other thing is that you need to work together so that you don't have an eyesore that deteriorates and changes your local community around it. Because if you've got a facility sitting there that is in disrepair, it is going to lower the property values of the other property that are around it. So if a community wants to look and be prosperous, they have to, one, look at the needs that they have in their community. They have to look at opportunities of how to address those needs. And they need to work together to come up with a viable solution so that they can move forward and not be sitting in a stale situation that is going to continue to deteriorate. I'm very passionate about housing. I'm very passionate about the opportunity to convert the historic schools into senior housing. I have seen it work. I am very fortunate to have had the opportunity to have worked with the ones that I have, and to be able to visit there and to see the quality of life that they now have, where they may not have had that quality of life. If they had been in a mobile home last night, they may have had to worry about whether their pipes froze or whether they had good heat. So when you think about what you're doing for your senior population, and I'm one of those seniors, so I can identify and understand with the need to have good housing. It is an opportunity to make a difference, and it is an opportunity, I think, that there's no guarantee when you move in and go forward with this that it will come to fruition. But if you don't take that first step and make the change in the zoning, you're not going to ever have that opportunity at this point to see what and if it can come to fruition. And I'll be glad to answer any questions about any of the properties, or if anyone wanted to go see one of them, I'd be glad to arrange that. I don't know whether Bobby, as the site manager in Ahoskie, wants to talk to you about things, but Bobby was recognized, what, 3 years ago, Bobby?
In 2010, June of 2010.
Bobby was recognized as the site manager of the year, again, over a 13-state area, for the services he provided for the seniors at Ahoskie. And we're very fortunate to have Bobby there, and I hope Bobby enjoys his work there. And it is very rewarding to be able to help someone have good housing and a good quality of life. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Most of you know me, but I won't hold that against you. But like Sally said, I enjoy working here. I've been here ever since it opened up. We opened in October 15th of 2005. And all these pictures I took, the ones in the hard part here, are the construction of the building itself. We had to reconstruct everything. That's the way the school looked to begin with.
But if you want to put that across here, I won't be offended. So
Okay.
We're here for the moment, not forever.
And just like I said, I took all these pictures, and that's the pre-construction of the building itself. And like Sally said, we've got 41 apartments in the building. There are 6 two-bedroom apartments, and there are 7 handicap apartments. The handicap apartments The only difference in those in a regular apartment, the microwave is not over the stove, it is sitting on the countertop in the kitchen. And also the handicapped apartment does not have a bathtub, it has a walk-in shower with a seat. That's the only two differences in the handicapped apartment. And, but like Sally said, I enjoy working there. My wife passed away 9 years ago, and this is my family that lives there. They treat me like family, I treat them like family, I take care of them. And 1 or 2 days a week, one of the senior ladies will come in there, I'll be sitting there just doing paperwork. And all of a sudden, they'll set a plate in front of me covered in aluminum foil. I said, "What's this?" They said, "Look at it." And I'll do it up, it'll be a piece of homemade pie, a piece of homemade cake. Then they twist my arm and make me eat. Well, anyhow, can you show me one of my old pictures of the afterwards, what it looks like now?
Did this one?
Mm.
I mean this one. I got it.
There you go. That is the, well, that is the front of the building, that's the gazebo, and that is the very front, and we got the sign, and in the back of the building, where it used to be the old agriculture building, used to be the woodworking shop, we got 4 apartments in that, but it's still part of us, it consists of 37 apartments. I mean 37 in the original building, and beside us used to be the home ec building, where they done all the cooking. That is the cater office now, you sit over there. And like I said, I am very proud to be working there. I've been there, like I said, ever since it opened up. And I keep it safe and secure. Sally can tell you that, because I'm a retired police officer in the hospital. So I don't take any mess stuff. And we got right at the front door, there's a keypad. It's like, you have to, after 5 o'clock, the front door is automatically locked down until 7 o'clock in the morning. The only way anybody can get in that building, you got to know that key, that code for that front door. I had that done through the state after, since I was a police officer. And but all the keys to the apartment keys, they fit the other doors around the building. So the building is secure. I make sure it's secure. I don't take any mess up there. And what messed me up, 4 months after I retired, I got a call from Royal Rapids, and they offered me this job. And like I said, they twisted my arm again and made me work there. But I enjoy that. That's my family there, and I think, and I'm born and raised in Gates County, but I hold that against me either. But I'm born and raised in Ewell, and I know all about Sunbury High School. I know about Gates County. I'm still a part-time deputy in Gates County, and but I would suggest y'all really looking into this, because it has really been an exciting adventure for everybody that goes to this apartments, that sees it, and what Hosky has done to the old high school. I mean, I've never heard, since I've been working in Hosky, I've never heard anything against this building since they've done it like they've done it. So.
And to follow up on one thing that Bobby said, is that there is what we refer to as commercial space, the old home ec building, to make the pro forma, the business plan before it worked. We needed to have commercial space that would generate some income coming in to make it work. And to add to another thing that Bobby said, in the application process, if someone comes in and applies to go in to rent one of these apartments, there is a criminal record check that is done, because we take very seriously managing our risk. And so we do inspect the backgrounds of the people who are moving in. And this is, when you're doing senior housing, you cannot have anyone living with the seniors unless they are also of an age or a spouse, or that they would need someone as a caretaker at night. And that is the reason that some of our apartments are 2-bedroom apartments, because we might have a senior who qualifies to have a caretaker, but you're not going to have a grandmother and small grandchildren living there. It's not that kind of a complex. It is for seniors. And so it's important that people understand and know those things. And sometimes you might have a couple that need a two-bedroom because of medical conditions of one, and they need to have a separate bedroom because of the medical condition. So we do have a few two-bedroom ones in the area. Because it is tax credits, the rent on these units is set by the fact that it is a tax credit property, and so the rents will be capped. So it's not something where you're going to go in and be making a lot of money off of it, because you can't raise your rents just because you want to raise your rents, because the rents are capped. And so those are some things that sometimes people don't understand about this kind of development that I think are important that we all understand and know. And I know that Cal's here for another reason, but Cal can also speak to Woodland because of having been in that area growing up. And also, these are properties that do add to your community, because if a Hosky High School had not been redesigned and updated and turned into senior apartments, there was a demolition cost to the facility of roughly a little over $1 million that somebody would have had to have come up with as that property continued to deteriorate. So instead of spending $1 million to destroy, deconstruct the school, the property was converted. Hosky High School had a price tag of about $6.4 million. That's what it cost to do a Hosky High School. And that was the figure that was basically used to generate the permit fees for all of the different work that was done there and for the county and the town.
Well, it's like you said, it took that much money and a year and a half of construction to do that, and so you can basically see, it's turned out to be a beautiful building, and I am proud to be part of it. I'm not sure that the last one might be. I think that's more pictures of the building itself. Well, she's already showed that, that's what I'm sure you. The middle one right there, that's the original trophy case, which all the trophies are not there, but everything in there is memorabilia that was donated to us, and I put it in that trophy case. We got a diploma I got from a lady up in Pennsylvania. Her mother went to that school. She sent me the original diploma from 1937, where this lady graduated now, and that's in that trophy case also. And there's the keypad right down in the right, in the corner sign there, just a bit. That's where you have to get to work. Like I said, that's at the front door. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you have to punch your code in there before you get in there. So I tell the people, their code is their birthday, not the year, but the month and date. I tell the people, I say, you give out your code, you give them out your birthday. So they think about that. I'm not giving out my birthday to anybody, so that makes them think too. So I keep the building secure, so I know that, and I'm proud that we do a background check. I don't have any, make sure that I don't have to put up any more criminals. I've had enough criminals in my lifetime. But right now, make sure that the building stays secure for the seniors, and that's why they love to be there. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer.
Do you live on site, sir?
No, sir. I don't live there. I live in Berkeley County. Don't hold that against me. But like I said, I was born and raised in Gates County, and you will.
We do, with all of our apartments, we do have a process where we do periodically fire drills in conjunction with the rescue squad and the fire department. And there are special features included in these facilities to make them safe for that. There are alarms in the building that go to a monitoring system. There is an alarm in the elevator. In the bedrooms, there is a pool that if a tenant has a problem, they can pull that. Also in the bathrooms, there's that kind of pool. Outside of their apartment door, there is a flashing siren that will go off so that people will know that they are in need of help. We also have something that's it's called a witch wizard thing that fits up under the hood on their stoves, at their stoves. And the purpose of that witch wizard hood is if for some reason a senior leaves a pot on and it gets too hot, it is going to cause that witch wizard to go off, and some chemicals will come down to prevent anything from catching on fire. So we take very seriously managing our risk from the standpoint of doing a criminal record checks, as well as making sure that there are safety features incorporated into these buildings. This school will be, have a system where it is sprinklered, so that you will have that will protect all the residents there. So it is important that you train the seniors how to use what is there, that you monitor to see that it's being done, that you conduct your periodical fire drills and things, and that everybody, including your fire personnel, your rescue squad, know how to enter and exit the building, and that you have your alarm systems and that they are monitored on a regular basis. Those are things that the state and the federal government are going to check, because they take this seriously too. So there are a lot of built-in checks and balances, and I couldn't go to sleep at night if there weren't. And so that's important for people to understand, that when you're doing this, it's sort of like your baby. You want to see it come to full fruition. You want to see it be successful. It's not an easy process by any means. And part of your development team is having the legal experts that understand these tax credits and what your liabilities are. So it's not an easy process, and it's not something that's done overnight, but it is something that does require and needs community support, just like Graham referred to a hug from the community. This is something that's needed, because it is part of your future and part of the future of the residents of the county.
Like I said, I want to do one quick thing on certain things. We're under state law, we've got to have 2 fire drills a year. The first one I do, and then the second one the fire department does. And the fire department, rescue, and my police department, which is right next door, I've given them master keys. They can get in there anytime, in any room, the police department, fire department, and rescue, anytime they need to on emergency calls. And I'm also on the emergency call for the building too, so between us, we got, I hope we got it covered.
Thank you.
I'm Claudia Devaney, and I'm Director of the Northeast Regional Office of Preservation, North Carolina. And I'd like to thank you all, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. And I had a lot to say, but I think a lot of what I was going to say to you has already been said. I do want to say that it's been a learning experience. I've heard some of this, but I haven't heard as many specifics before today as I have this morning about an individual couple of projects. My baby, or my heart, belongs with the conserving and preservation of the buildings. And I was going to take some time and explain our role, the role that we played thus far in this process. And I'll do that now, or I can wait if you all think so and just answer specific questions. What's your pleasure?
Well, that's up to you.
Okay. Well, in 2010, I was approached by some of the alumni of Sunbury School. And as I've said in other public meetings, there was a file in my office, and it was 13 years old then. Yes. And so during the fall, we negotiated an option to purchase the Sunbury School, which is typically the way Preservation North Carolina, which is your statewide preservation organization, does business. We were given an option, and what we do usually is once we market the properties, and once we find a buyer, we exercise our options with the owner. And the way I always explain it to people that I deal with that call me and want to see our properties is, we can't sell you that building if we can't buy it. So I know 3 of you were on the board during this process, and I got a lot of phone calls from a lot of people. And if you ask my colleagues across the state of North Carolina that are other regional directors, they're going to tell you that we get phone calls from a lot of people who have a lot of interesting and crazy ideas. And believe me, I had my share on this property because it was very fairly priced considering its condition. And I think I should say here right now that the school ceased to be a school in the 90s. And as I mentioned, it was 13 years at least before we became involved. And during that 13-year period, we had a little storm in this region called Hurricane Isabel. And as you all know, the building, particularly the schools, sustained, and the auditorium, tremendous damage. So we had a beautiful Preservation North Carolina, had a beautiful facility to advertise, just as pretty as any of these pictures you've seen. But we had a school building and auditorium with great damage. And that frankly scared a lot of people away, but it didn't scare Graham and Brenda. And I was thrilled and thankful that happened. So let me just explain a couple of other things about what happens when we sell a property. The reason we want to sell it is because we want the deed to come to us so that we can attach the protective covenants. And in this case, because this was a campus and 4 buildings, all in different and varying states of deterioration, we have 4 deeds, we have 4 sets of covenants, and we have 4 rehabilitation agreements. I think you all know that we gave Graham and Brenda 10 years, which is a little longer than we typically give our buyers to rehabilitate or restore these properties, but this was 4 properties. And particularly one, the largest one of all, in terrible condition. So we were lenient. Also, we were in the midst of a recession, which I for one, don't think we're out of yet. But anyway, the deed comes from us so that we can attach the covenants, and the rehab agreements are all negotiated prior to closing. So I want to tell you right now that Graham and Brenda, they are ahead of schedule on their rehab agreements. I have copies of all of them here. And they actually are, they have until 2021, as far as we're concerned, to rehabilitate the school building. But the tax credit may sunset this year for the state credit. And so I'm thrilled. And we're talking with a lot of people about stepping up the procedure in your rehab for this very, very reason, because these have been tremendous benefits. They're a tax credit for money spent. And this I'm talking about now is the rehab tax credit, and I'm very familiar with that and can answer questions about that. But during this process of negotiating, the Hatches made 3 offers. I mean, and it was, you know, and I was talking with a committee. I don't know if you guys remember this, or sorry, Lynn, remember, but there was a committee formed within your group of 3 people that I worked most directly with. And I was on the phone, I was emailing, they were calling me. I mean, this was something that was a collaborative effort between me as a PNC's representative and the county commissioners of Gates County. And I just want to say that as has been said earlier, this has to be a collaborative effort. And I can show you the Coon School, which was already shown earlier, because we do have protected covenants on that particular building. I'm sorry to say we don't have covenants on the infield, which is Edgecombe County, or the Ahoskie developments, but we have a lot of others because this has been, over the last many years, the best way to use or adapt and reuse historic school buildings. And if you think about it, housing is a perfect use. And so I will just end by saying that they did, I'm going to say 2 more things. That the Hatches have always been concerned about zoning, and at the time they were buying this, I really didn't think this was going to be a problem, and I'm sorry that it's come to this. But I'm hoping that what's being said today will clear up a lot of questions. And one that came up in the last meeting that I was attending, and I wanted to go specifically to Swain, because Swain Apartments and Auditorium were sold by Preservation North Carolina just as this one was. And we have protected covenants on that. And I happen to live in Eatonton, so I see this building every day. But I didn't know the answer about crime, so I'm going to give you a little brief information on this. It is owned by Landmark Properties. They purchased this building in 1988, 26 years ago. It is smack dab in the middle of Eatonton, next to a historic site, visitor center. And it is managed by they have a management company with a paid employee whom I've spoken with. Her name's Barbara White, and she's been there 15 years managing this property. When I asked her, I said, and they have a website. I said, Barbara, who lives in Swain? She said, disabled elderly people on fixed incomes. And their age, you have to be 62 plus, so a little bit older than what we're talking about here for Sunbury. They have a 1-year lease, and the rent is based on income. It's a 2-story building, just like Sunbury, and they have 38 units. And I asked her the size of these units because that was also brought up at one of the meetings. And she said, well, they vary in size depending on how it was best to adapt that section of the building. They have 3 sizes. And I think they may have some 2-bedrooms, actually, that she didn't mention to me because I put down 1 bedroom. It is not Section 8 housing at all. And they have a waiting list. They're full and have a waiting list. So we obviously have a need in Chowan County for senior housing. The cost back in 1989 to develop this property was $1.9 million. Now we're talking 1989 figures. The auditorium, which again is a similar situation to Sunbury, we have 700 seats or 700 plus, and we have events there all the time. The Arts Council, originally there's a basement below the auditorium, and originally, or for many years, we had the Chowan Arts Council there, and with opening exhibits and auctions and people going in all week and buying beautiful objects of art. They moved about 2.5 years ago. But the other use of the basement part of Swain has been the Chowan County Senior Center. And that, I spoke with Connie Parker this morning, and she said they operate 5 days a week, 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, and they have people from 55 up to 95. So people are not afraid to go, and this is a list of, this is just a partial list of some of the things that occur in their senior center. I mean, it's a phenomenal program. It's something that Gates County perhaps should consider. So I wanted to say something. It's not, crime was discussed. It was mentioned in a meeting that there's a crime problem with Swain Auditorium, and so I decided I should contact Jay Fortenberry, and he's the chief of police in Eatonton. And I spoke with him yesterday, and he said, well, Claudia, I'll run you some stats. Before I spoke with him, I spoke with Anne Marie Knighton, and she's our city manager and has been for many years, and she said, I've never heard anything but glowing reports about Swain. The people love it. They they enjoy being in the community. They go out, they walk, they buy, they spend money. Anyway, Mr. Fortenberry did pull some stats, and he said, Claudia, and I sent one of you, I don't know if you all got this. Claudia, I searched the reported offenses for Swain Apartments since January 1st, 2012. There were 3 reported incidents, 2 vandalism and 1 attempted suicide. So that really confirmed my feelings as a citizen living in the community, but this is factual. It doesn't matter what I think. I haven't felt that was a scary part of town to be in. I've gone to many performances. I've gone in the building itself, and the halls have been maintained. The apartments are modest, but they're very light filled. and comfortable. That's what I would say. So I will end it at that, except to say that I hope you will give this I know you will, give this your full consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions specifically about how we work with our buyers forever. Our covenants are in perpetuity. So no matter if, Graham and Brenda sell these buildings and we don't, we'll have the same arrangement with the next owners. It goes on and on and on unless for some reason, typically fire is extinguished. And I might say that in a fire situation, over 50% of the building has to be destroyed by fire before we'll consider extinguishing our covenants even then. So I'm happy to answer questions, and I appreciate this opportunity to address you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up if that's okay with two things. What determines whether you need any two-bedroom units or not is when the market study is done, because one of the first things that has to be done is a market study to show that there is a need for the type of housing, and it will generate a report that will show you whether you need some two-bedroom units. In Enfield, we had more two-bedroom units than we had in Hosky or Woodland, because there was a trend that showed a need for two-bedroom units, because in some cases, you might have a brother and sister who were suddenly widowed or widows that chose to live together, or two sisters where they would need two-bedroom units. So one of the things that we did do in the Enfield one was to increase the number of two-bedroom units. The other thing is we keep talking about tax credits and why it's so important to get these tax credits, but I don't think that we've ever explained why these tax credits are important. The state of North Carolina is given a certain number of federal tax credits. They have to decide where to allocate, what projects to allocate those tax credits to, both the federal and the state. And what you do with those tax credits, in CADA's case, CADA was a nonprofit, is a nonprofit. We didn't need the tax credits. But what we could do with those tax credits is we could sell it to businesses or corporations that needed those tax credits that would pay us a certain amount on the dollar for those tax credits, with a guarantee that for 15 years we would maintain the property so that they could get those tax credits off of their company or corporation returns each year. So you get the money from selling these tax credits, whether it's from the owner who needs the tax credits or you're selling them to a syndicator or whatever. You get the money from these tax credits. You use that money to do the rehab. So that's the reason that when we're talking about the need to meet this period to qualify for both state and federal tax credits, it's because it gives you the money to do the redevelopment of the property, changing the property, going in and putting in the upgrades and doing the things you need. That's the way you're generating the money. Now, sometimes the tax credits will not take care of all of the needs. And in that case, then you have to get some bridge financing and so forth. In our case, tax credits, we used the CAHAC, the Community Affordable Housing Equity Corporation, that was started in North Carolina many years ago to provide a local syndicator so that we did not have to work with one out of the state. And they have been a good partner. And they do additional things over the years. For instance, they do allow for the seniors to go on trips. And take, we've had seniors to go to Myrtle Beach on a trip that they have funded. If it's a multifamily project, they will give scholarships. They will help families to become homeowners if they've lived in their properties for a while. So whoever you work with from a syndication standpoint, or whoever's buying your tax credits, is going to be monitoring to make sure that you're doing the right thing. But it's important that they understand that the community is behind what is going on, and that the community is involved. Just like it's important for the Housing Finance Agency, it's important along a lot of different levels that there is community involvement in this. But I was afraid that we had not explained why these tax credits were important or what the use of these tax credits is. Yes.
Who actually owns the Hosky High School?
CADA will eventually own it. Right now, CADA owns just about 1%. 99% of it is still owned by the syndicator.
Who's the syndicate?
That's the KHAC. And KHAC is made up of Lowe's Corporation, PNC Bank. A lot of the banks formed KHAC and put money into it so they can get the tax credits. Now, in the case of Woodland, Woodland has been in operation for 15 years. It ended the 15-year period at the end of December. CADA is now 100% owner of that property because we have maintained it and met that tax credit requirement, that it meet all of their requirements. We still have to maintain for additional 15 years to meet the federal tax requirements and all. So that is something that is important to understand. You don't leave one of these, you don't come in and develop it and leave. You've got it's going to be your baby you're raising for 30 years and longer. Because once it gets beyond that, then you're going to be doing other things. And one of the things that is required in your pro forma, your business plan for doing this, is that you have to have a reserve set aside. A certain amount of money that's required to be set aside to do the repairs or major things that would go on there. And that when it's a historic property, you've got to maintain the historic fabric whenever possible. And there are times when you have to go back and look at some of the historic things to see how you make it more energy efficient or how you deal with some of the issues that might arise. But there are a lot of checks and balances in place, and it's not something you can walk away from once you get involved with. And I hope that explains a little bit more about it.
I have a question, if I may, for the attorney, actually. Will your clients, when doing this, are they applying for these elderly to come in, or is this going to be HUD money? Or what exactly is the subsidies for these elderly to come in?
That's a question for the Hatches, and it would be a variety of sources, is my understanding. But I'll let them answer questions about how they're going to finance it.
Understood.
But I'll also say I think that some of those issues about financing are not as pertinent to the zoning question as other questions are. Because the issue, I think, before the board is what uses could be made of the property and not necessarily how it's paid for. But I think since we've gone there that much with this hearing, I think that the Hatches, if they want to, can answer that question.
Understood.
So in terms of financing the project, the idea is very similar to what Sally was talking about, Kate, that we're going to apply for the tax credits and use that as our financing vehicle. And you've seen with the tax credits, Section 8 is not the issue. That's not a discussion here. That's simply how we finance it. Section 8 is not going to give us the money to build this thing. We have to use the tax credits to build it, and we have to also borrow money as well.
So to be clear, if I may, with a follow-up. So this is going to be private enterprising money going into this project? Do I understand that correctly?
I mean, I think you're trying to assume that there's some kind of like a federal subsidy, and there's no subsidies out there. There's no grants. I said in the presentation, there's no grants that are out there. There's no free money running around. It's only tax credits and loans. That's pretty much all the financing these days.
Understood. Thank you.
All right.
One more thing, I'm sorry to interrupt you. But just like Hosky High School, we are, once it was completed and opened, we're under a 10-year agreement with the North Carolina Historical Society. In other words, we can't construct anything on that building for 10 years. We got right at 4 more years before, if we want to construct something else on the building and build onto it, we got to wait for the 10-year period is up. The Historical Society itself.
It's us, for Hosky. I mean, for Hosky. No, sorry, I thought you said for Berkeley.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We'll ask you, who's going to be next? Whoever.
You want to go, Harry?
All right, Dr. Hawkins. When we come back from break, we'll have Dr. Hawkins start, and we'll resume in about 5 minutes, if you will. Thank you. Call our meeting back to order. couple of extra seats inside.
I'll be in control because I'm sorry. We need some microphones.
I think Mike's off. Okay, we will call our meeting back to order, and I believe Dr. Hawkins was about to speak.
I had been at Cleveland Hawkins. I'm famous or infamous or whichever for being superintendent here in the 90s and teacher in the 60s. So go back a ways. And I was just sitting there in my chair looking around thinking, this is nice. Everybody here is either a student I knew, a teacher I knew, a current teacher, or a bus driver, supervisor, or, neighbors. It's kind of nice. But I had been here good morning, but I think it's good afternoon now. But Mr. Chairman and members of the board and Mr. County Manager and friends, former students. Like I said, most of you know that I was superintendent here in the 90s. And I made that point because it was during that time the Sunbury School was closed. So I had the dubious honor or distinction or misfortune, whichever you want to call it, to be here during that period of time, which was kind of trying. Most people know all of that, about all of that somewhat, but like Paul Harvey states often, perhaps you don't know the rest of the story. So I'd like to take just a minute or two to refresh our memories about Sunbury School, because I think there's some things that people might not understand. At that point in time in history, there were needs everywhere, capital needs. And the board labored long and hard to figure out what to do, because you couldn't do everything. There were space problems. Most schools, I take that back, one or two might have been, but most classrooms did not have climate control. Going to school in 100-degree weather and that kind of thing. They were faced with great reorganization. Schools, systems everywhere were changing their arrangement to K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12 structure. Sunbury School alone had a myriad of needs, lots of them, costly needs to upgrade it where it ought to be. Coupled with that, there's always, almost always, a shortage of funds. They're not usually available for all the things you really want to do. And I think everybody understands that. After studying the situation really in depth, I would say, the school board faced what it had to face, and they decided that renovating Sunbury School alone and spending all the money that they had available was not a prudent idea at the time. And looking back, it was probably a very smart idea, except that it puts us in this position that we're in today. So to simplify it, this simply means that the school board did what they had to do. They had to upgrade the schools, make some space, reorganize the schools, come up with a 9-12 grade alignment and so forth. They did accept that as reality at the time, but they did it with one caveat. They did it with understanding and agreement among themselves and everybody else, that the situation would include a plan for salvaging somehow Sunbury School so that it would become an asset to Sunbury and to Gates County. Of course, utilizing the rooms was one, but particular focus was on the auditorium because we didn't have such a facility in the county, and that was included. You mentioned Preservation North Carolina. That's when I got indoctrinated to that. I had a friend in Edenton, Peter Rasco.
Yes, sir.
He and I were friends, and I talked to Peter about our dilemma. And he said, come on over. I think we can help you. So, on behalf of the board, I did that. And he took us in, invited us to a school, was named Swain.
Yes, sir.
Swain School, I thought that's right. And we went all through Swain School, and he talked about Preservation North Carolina and how funds could become available perhaps for Sunbury School and do a very similar project that they did at Swain. It was a senior citizen oriented, and it was to include making the rooms available for, or apartments, if you want to call it that, for senior citizens housing. It was to include an upgrade, renovation of the auditorium, and make it available to the county. And the back room, if you're familiar with the school, it's on the ground. It's almost built on a slab, which was very convenient for senior citizens for use as a recreation room and exercise room and that kind of thing. It sounded very, very good. And after investigating, we found that the board loved that idea, and arrangements were made for a meeting with a company, and I do think it was called Landmark Associates at the time. And they made a presentation to the board, and the board, after, I'll cut to the chase, the board, after hearing all of that, arranged for joint meetings with the commissioners at that time to hear what he had to say, what Preservation North Carolina had to say, and the arrangements that needed to be made and all that sort of thing. Joint visits were made to Swain School and so forth. To make a long story short, shortly thereafter, for whatever reasons I don't really thoroughly understand even now, the idea was mixed, and it was a moot point. Our school board members carried that disappointment for a long time, I'll be honest with you. I was among them almost every day, and they were just overwhelmed by that change of events. And actually 3 of them took that decision to their graves. Since that time, several schools in the area, and you've heard all about them, I'm not going to go into all of that. I'm familiar with Swain, I'm familiar with Ahoskie and Woodland and some others. And if you would go to those places and look, you would find that what you've heard actually is on target. You would like what you see. However, all of that's behind us now, and we've got new owners for the property, and you know the rest of that story. So here we are. I'm recalling this adventure, though, through the 90s, because there are lessons learned here that we don't want to duplicate, I don't think, much longer. I don't think Sunbury School will stand much longer. And if you have to tear it down, I think you will be terribly surprised at what that's going to cost you, from my experience. I understand, hopefully correctly, that possibility still exists to utilize this building or these buildings. But time, as I said, is not on our side. It's fast approaching the time that something has to be done. frequently I'll go to, as everybody does, to the trash facility to take trash, several times a week usually. And my route would take me right by Sunbury School. And I thought about this over the last week or two, and it occurred to me as I went by Sunbury School a few days ago. Sad to say, Sunbury School has become a bigger blight and eyesore than the trash dump, and that's terrible to say. And I think we need to do something. And going back to what I said about our old school board, knowing the wishes that they had, and knowing that the possibility still exists to get something done. And really the village of Sunbury could stand the facelift itself. It really needs to be done. I hope that the commissioners will act with thoughtful and prudent speed to support the current owners and work with them to resurrect this old tired building. I understand that it's going to be oriented towards senior citizens, and that's the reason I support it. I can see all sorts of possibilities otherwise, but senior citizens sort of fascinates me a little bit. As a matter of fact, I whispered to my wife, and I said, I wonder if we could be first on the list and that a space could be reserved so that when we become senior citizens, we might have a spot.
See what can do.
So I'll close just by saying this. Let's put all the wouldas and couldas and shouldas and all of that behind us and place it once again in service to the people of Sunbury and Gates County. I would appreciate your consideration in that regard. Thank you.
What else?
Good afternoon. I'm John Crocker, and I live in Sunbury. I didn't have the privilege to attend Sunbury School, but I've lived in Sunbury for nearly 18 years now and been very active in community affairs. The presentation today was very informative. I appreciate it, both you and the attorney and everyone. And I think if this had been done a long time ago, it would have been very helpful. Because there's all kinds of rumors that have gone through Sunbury. I've heard them, well, I probably haven't heard them all, even others. I'm familiar with the Ohoski project. I'm into Swain and Edenton. Those are great facilities. There's no question about it. But I think that it seems like this property has, and don't be frightened, but a curse over it. It causes a lot of dissension in Sunbury. And I don't know why, but it's rumors, what happened before. I know that, just to bring back a little history, there was a committee one time to save the school, to preserve the school, to build, repair the roof. Everybody from Sunbury that's in this room contributed to that committee. It was several $1,000s. The roof was never fixed, the committee dissolved, where the money went, where the committee went, who knows. The sale with preservation, all of a sudden, it was supposed to be $255,000 or something, and then we find out it was sold for $55,000, and the gym was thrown in just as a bonus. And these kinds of things are what scares the residents of Sunbury. And I think that, and I was on a planning board up north for over 5 years, which was an elected planning board, so I'm familiar with zoning. And I feel that it is spot zoning. I feel that because this property is within 500 feet of 4 churches, it's surrounded by single-family homes. So I think that whatever happens there, and there's no doubt something needs to happen because it's an eyesore and it's a mess, It should be done with caution and with restrictions if need be, so that it turns out like one of these places in Edenton or Hosky. And I'm very familiar with a Hosky one because my wife used to ride by it every day going to work. And it was terrible. But I would suggest myself that, and I would like this, that you send it back to the planning board so that these people can work with the planning board and our planners, which we have salaried staff, and come up with a plan so that they can show it. This is what I intend to do, this is where I'm going to put it, and if it is spot zoning or whatever you want to call it, there's restrictions, such as age restrictions. We've been hearing 55, that's fine. I've been hearing other things, you know, it's going to be Section 8, it's going to be this and that. All those programs are good, but this is all the rumors that people have become concerned about. So I would like you to take your time. The sale went by fast, and we're in the mess that these people have owned it for nearly 3 years, and it's just deteriorating more. I know it's a problem. They want to do something with it, and that's great. But take your time, do it right, so we don't have problems. Thank you very much.
Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, citizens of Gates County. I'm Jeff Merritt. I'm Director of Social Services. I also participate through the Gates County Housing Committee and the Aging Adult Services Task Force. Met Graham and Brenda approximately 6 to 8 months ago, and when they told us the intended use and the issues that we see through these committees and through my department, we were very excited about the possibility of this. Through our department, the Housing Committee, Adult Protective Services, we see very many issues that occur with senior citizens living in dilapidated housing. Rotten floors, leaking roofs, compromised structural issues such as foundation and settling issues, inoperable appliances, and plumbing issues. Some of the contributing factors to this is that we see individuals on very low fixed incomes, some as low as $500 a month. When you have these fixed incomes, you have very few discretionary dollars to make repairs that need to be made to a home. This causes the home to go into disrepair. Some of the housing limits access to services that these individuals need to be maintained in their homes, such as in-home aid services and CAP services. These services will not be delivered in a home where the structure is unsafe for them to enter, thus putting these individuals at further risk. We see a lot of benefits through this potential project. We see individuals who are living by themselves, have very few public interaction with other individuals. That takes a wear on them emotionally, mentally, which then starts to deteriorate their physical health. We see that having this consistent interaction can improve these factors so that their health does not deteriorate to the point where they may need assisted living facilities or nursing home facility care. This hopefully will help them to be able to reside in a private residential setting for much longer than otherwise than if they would have been living in a home by themselves. We think that this option, the individuals who are in compromised and unsafe structures, to have an alternative living arrangement would be one that's more beneficial to them and also to the county. And I will say, while the county, we have programs where there are county dollars, and one of our major county dollars is to assist individuals who are income eligible, which many of these individuals would be, to access institutional care if they're eligible, which they could be maintained in their own home if some of these services could be provided. We see this as a growing need, which will be upcoming with the baby boomer population reaching these ages that we will be eligible for this housing. So this is why I'm here to encourage and state on behalf of these individuals of the need for this facility. We see it as something that could be of great benefit to these individuals, It could benefit the county. It could also try to help us to maintain county dollars in some of the programs which, if they are eligible for, they are entitled to receive. But also, most importantly, for the individuals and their well-being and to continue living in their own home and to also to continue a quality of life that they want. Many of these individuals that we see when we go into their own home, and if they are competent, we cannot remove them. We have to walk away from individuals living in unsafe structures when we try to give them alternative living arrangements. The only alternative living arrangements we can give them is outside the county or in institutional care, and that is not what they want. They would like for somewhere in the county where they can remain in their home county, a place where they're familiar with, and have a safe living environment that provides some of the opportunities that have been discussed here already. This is the benefits that we see through the Housing Committee, through the Department of Social Services, and through the Aging and Adult Services Task Force. We know you have our decision in front of you. You've heard many good points, but we would just like you to consider those as well. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Good evening. To the chairman of the board and to the commissioners and to the county manager. Back in the 90s when Dr. Hawkins was talking, I happened to be the area agency on aging for the director in the 10 northeastern counties. As you know, there's 100 counties in Gates County, in North Carolina. Gates County happened to have a unique situation. Out of the 100 counties, they are the only county into the state that does not have a facility for the senior citizen to go and have someone to discuss activities, programs, the whole 9 yards. Everybody say the community center. The community center happened to be a part of the school system. We have a nutrition site there. They go in there for about 30 minutes, up to an hour, and after they eat that meal, they go home. It's just that simple, because there's other activities that's going on in there. At the time when I was the area agency agent director, we set aside $100,000 a year to every county in the Albemarle Commission region. And that $100,000 went toward development of senior centers. We gave $100,000 to the Swain facilities so that they could have a senior center down there. I'm no longer there. But into some minutes of the meeting at the time when I was there, every county gave up $10,000 of the area agency on aging funds, which is some funds that come through under the Old American Act. Gates County is the only county that have not received that money. Hyde County have a center. Hyde is very, very poor. Carroll County have a center. Very, very poor. Hyde County happen to have public housing. Gates County doesn't have public housing. Carroll County happen to have public housing. Every little county, other than, well, now Dare County do have public housing too, but it's private owned. I think that, and at the time, we did bring a developer in, the same developer that Dr. Hawkins was talking about, came into the community, and they were willing to help develop that facility. Just think if they had developed it at that time, Rattler County would have collected a whole lot of dollars in tax dollars off of that facility. It have sat there, no tax dollars have been there or anything like this. I would love to see this happen, because there's a lot of seniors who do not want to be responsible for cutting grass, worrying about the water freezing at night. They don't have to worry about, if that facility were there and a person moved in, they wouldn't have to worry about light bills, water bills, all of those things, because that will all be in the rent, which would be less bills that they have to remember to pay at the end of the month. Right there at that facility, you got a bank. You got, as we mentioned, there's 4 churches around. You got a supermarket. Now you got a little dollar store there. There is so many things that is happening there that would be a positive thing if that facility could be developed into senior housing. And that's my little song there. And thank you very much.
Yeah. All right.
Good evening, Chairman, board members. My name is Derek Caspin. I run 4T Country Restaurant. Just wanted to say a few words on this because I have a vested interest in it. I own the Edwards House that's directly across the street from Sunbury School. When the day John F. Kennedy died, I was there. At Sunbury School property when they announced that he had been killed, or had been shot at the time, rather. But anyway, I just want to bring up some examples of tax values. Heard Dr. Hawkins talk that he was partially responsible for Sunbury School going down, that they didn't spend any money on it. And then, as the Board of Education decided not to spend money on it, then the Board of Commissioners decided not to spend money on Sunbury School. So not a dollar's been spent over the years. It's just sat there. In the meantime, and I've got the tax value here of my house, it's valued at $231,627 across a school that you sold for $55,000 through the GM, and I've got the minutes from the Gates County Index that it says on here that you threw the septic system in. There was questioning about that from Mr. Jordan, Kenneth Jernigan. There was a question about the gym that was being used in the community. I've got the notes right here from Gates County Index that you said that it was being used, and all of a sudden decided to throw in the towel and sell the whole deal for $55,000. Well, so far as I'm concerned, Mr. and Ms. Hatch have gotten their money's worth out of the property. They're renting an additional property from the school. They've got the parsonage that they're living in. Quite a good deal for $55,000. I've been paying taxes on this piece of property here for all this time, sitting across from a $55,000 piece that you let run down. And I guess my thing is, when you look to Suffolk, look to the north, to Suffolk, at what they did at the Cultural Center. There's the old Suffolk High School sitting there. Has got a fountain in front of it. Very attractive looking building that the city spent their dollars on to make a cultural center. It has an upscale restaurant in it. And then, from what these people are telling you, I would look to the west, to Ahoskie. Now, they've been saying all these good things about the school in Ahoskie that they transformed. And I was going to bring it to you, but there's a house that's just been off the market, that's right down the street from it, that sold, that looks very much like my Edwards house does, that sold for $42,000. If you ride down that street in Ahoskie, there are several foreclosures that are on the street. Williams & Williams Auction Company had one that was auctioned off earlier this year. The property around it, if you spent $6 million on that one, it certainly didn't increase the property values in none of the area. And so my thing is, I'm not hugging the project. I don't like it, and I wish you'd change your minds.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Commissioner, Mr. Manager, and citizens of Gates County. My name is Wade Askew. I'm from York. About 8 years ago, when our zoning ordinance was adopted, we knew it wasn't perfect at the time. And being on the planning board, I'd just like to bring it to y'all's attention that
even after 8 years, our zoning ordinance still, it needs a whole lot of work done to it. It's just like, the planning board needs the proper tools to be able to do the job in which they need to perform. It's just like a carpenter going to build a house without having the tools to build it with. And, and I believe that the planning board doesn't have the time, just 2 hours a month, to do all the work and all the needs to be done to the zoning ordinance. And this is very long overdue. And I believe it would eliminate a lot of problems between the planning board and the board of commissioners. We would be more better prepared to give y'all advice on what our recommendations should be for the county and for the communities of the county. I believe, it probably would take an engineer from North Carolina to help redo that zoning ordinance. But speaking about the project going and taking place in Sunbury, the attorney over here, he mentioned a project in Wilson. Wilson did a project, and I'm very familiar with it, and the gym that they redid. The citizens of Wilson in that community utilize that gym, and they have wedding rehearsal, wedding receptions in there. They have graduation receptions, and it's been very beneficial for that community. And Miss Sally here, I remember several years ago when I was sitting on the other side of the table, I made a phone call to Senator Jones, and him and myself, we talked for a long time, and he recommended that I talk to Miss Sally, and I gave her a phone call, and I think we talked about an hour or so, didn't we? But I just want to say that these people, they are very familiar with the work that have been done. But whatever decision the board of commissioners make, I hope it'll be beneficial for the citizens of Sunbury, beneficial for the county of Gates County, and I hope it'll be a decision that everybody can live with and all the citizens of Sunbury can live with. Thank y'all very much.
Well. You are an old man because you're as old as I am.
Never in this world.
I started out with a few little points that I was going to make this day, and my points kept getting bigger because we had all these people in here and some things that I really wanted to verify. First of all, let me say, y'all all know this. Cal actually right when I say y'all because I am Southern. But this is a Gates County thing. And I've sat out there in the chair, and I know about these other projects. And I have no problem at all, never have had, will not have any problem with seeing something done with the Sunbury School. Kenny Jernigan went on the board, and right out here in the corner of the hall, him and Wade went on at the same time. And JS came up to me and told me, whispered in my ear, he says, see, can't you get them two guys on board about something on the school? And we talked about it many times. I have nothing wrong with that. But what I do have wrong with is a lot of things that have been said, been done, things that I can see with my own eyes. Number one is tax credits. I think you spent 15 minutes explaining tax credits. Jack was in business, Billy's in business, but I was a farmer. I know about tax credits. They have put food on the table. But tax credits mean nothing in financing something. And y'all should know that. You should know that without me having to tell you, but I'm going to tell you. In order to get tax credits, Billy, you got to have money to get tax credits with. Tax credits don't build buildings. Isn't that true?
No, they do with what we're talking about.
Well, where does the money come from in their tax credits?
The federal government allocates a certain amount of tax credits to the states each year. And it's dependent upon certain criteria from each state. when the state awards tax credits to a property, you have those tax credits that you can sell to generate the money to do the rehab.
Well,
Or to build a new complex, because in some cases you actually build new places.
well, anyway,
Well, let me explain that in a little bit simpler terms. What tax credits do, and I'm a little familiar with this because we dealt with in the old courthouse, is that someone would come and buy the tax credit. In other words, and I may not have this in exact correct order, but if we've got a $50,000 tax credit allocated, a business person or an institution can come and take that $50,000, give it to that project, and then they can write that off on their taxes as a credit. Am I close?
that is exactly right, Henry. You've got to have a profit in order to write it off. You said exactly what I was saying. Somebody down the line has got to have a profit for a tax credit. Not to interrupt you, but you answered my question by saying, you said they take it off of their bottom line. Tax credit means. The other thing that has come up, did I hear you say, well, you left. I thought the guy said that Anna Hoskia used his birth date for the code. Didn't he say that?
No,
No, he did not say that.
What did he say? I heard it, she heard it.
He used that as an example, by analogy, that you're giving away your birthday by giving away the code. He was not saying that you're giving away the code. They're two separate things he was using by analogy.
Well, I just was curious about that because birthdays are the most common known thing. Every time I go to the drugstore, I give out two, and I'm standing in line. If I'm there when Henry's there, I know when he's born. But that didn't mean anything. My bottom line on all this part is the fact that we're talking about Gates County. We're talking about the citizens of Sunbury. It was talked about that Hertford County got $13,000 in taxes. $13,000? You know, a lot of people in Gates County might think that's a lot of money. But really, $13,000 on Hertford County budget is a little bit. A few farmers over there in Hertford County pay a lot more, pay that much. But I had a direct question. Well, let me ask, I'm going to get to you, but I'm going to ask you a question. I want to make this statement to all of you before you vote. And the citizens already figured this was a done deal. And that's bad. Because Henry went to the planning board, I was there, I heard what Henry had to say. We know that Linda's in favor of the school. I'm in favor of the school. Cousin William had to pay $600 to get property possibly rezoned. And y'all gonna vote on that, it's coming up. He paid his $600. William's family has been in the area since 1699. His daddy, his granddaddy, his great-granddaddy, and William has been one of the more successful people. He pays this county a lot of money. Them chicken houses and his hog operation and the personal land and the houses he bought. I mean, it's public record. I could go to Renee's office and look up Cousin William. It's listed like that, I think. Pays a lot of money. He paid $600. Mr. Hatch had 2 zoning requests. And according to the office, he paid nothing. Don't you understand why the citizens are upset? Why should we take a man whose family's been here for years and charge him $600 and come along and let somebody else get 2 properties asked to rezone for $0? A lot of these people in here's family built Sunbury. And I don't mean to embarrass any of them, but Jimmy Barron was one sitting right here. His granddaddy, his great uncle, his daddy helped build. I used the word the other day, build, but they had help, Jimmy. Build Sunbury with Model T Fords, the bank, farmland. These are the taxpayers that built this stuff. And I see people coming in here making this plea like they don't matter. Bobby's daddy bought a business in 50-something. You remember Bobby?
59.
I think he paid $50,000 for it. Bringing up personal stuff. It wasn't personal back then. That don't sound like much today, but 1959 it was a lot of money. And they built it up. He had a little warehouse out there, 2 or 3 little warehouses, and both of them worked hard, paid taxes. Still paying taxes. So when you look at all of this thing, it's not, listen to these citizens. They got something to say about it. Now I'm going to go into the meat of this thing. Zoning, rezoning. And I'm not an attorney. I did learn to read and write a little bit before I got out of school. I had a very hard life coming up, and I had to drop out of school young in order to work, and you all know that's all a lie. So, zoning. We went into zoning, and Wade made a statement that was true, because we were a county that had to start zoning is the hardest, most impossible thing to do. Because you had 2 houses here, a business here, 2 houses over here, 1 single wide back here. And so I remember very well the day that y'all were gonna vote on it. And the night before, JS called me up and he said, "Are you gonna be in opposition?" I said, "You know I'm not gonna be in opposition." I said, "But JS is not ready." He said, "I know it's not ready." He sounded like Nancy Pelosi about the 1,600 page health bill. She said, "Let's just vote on it and we'll work it out later." Well, JS said, "It's not ready, but at some point we're going to vote on it and pass it and we'll work it out later." But that wasn't a fault of mine or JS's, that's just the way it had to be done. So we rezoned it, I guess, the best we could do, or rezoned it the best we could do. But what does rezoning mean? Rezoning is the most important thing that y'all have to worry about. Because what you are doing, you're taking and we have Billy here who's listening, but everybody has an expert, and Billy works for his job, and he knows more about housing and zoning than anybody else. But when you rezone a piece of property, you got to take that very seriously, Jack, because you are, in effect, you are affecting everybody in the adjoining property, everybody in the community, by the word rezoning. So you got to think about this real hard. And I'm not saying I'm for or against rezoning and for or against the school. I'm just saying it's not something to come in here and say, "Well, I want it done." You got to think about rezoning. Because once you rezone it, get this in your mind, once it's been rezoned, it's rezoned. And to come back to rezoning again, it gets harder each time. And it probably would never be rezoned again. Very important. Now this spot zoning, Henry sent me a little email. I gave Henry a speech on this. And not personally, but he was at planning board meeting. Personal example that I know I'm involved in. You can call the lady right now that's involved in it. Call the election office in Currituck County and ask for Mary. There was a spot of land on the railroad over there. County Commissioner Owen Etheridge, dead, and him owned it. Owen wanted it rezoned for a junkyard. So he goes to the planning board and requests it. The planning board disagreed with the county commissioner and wouldn't rezone it. Owen took it to the commissioners. The commissioners, being that Owen was on the board, the county attorney said, "I'm uncomfortable with this." But the commissioners voted to rezone it anyway. Land that was A1, going to rezone it to commercial, industrial, whatever it took to get a junkyard on the railroad. Judge Walter Hayes Godwin, who's holding court today, was the one that ruled against Currituck County that it was spot zoning. Now, the lawyer over here, and I don't want to argue with a lawyer, but I had talked to the Institute of Government and people from over this. About half of the cases that go to court in zoning, spot zoning, are either won or lost. In other words, there's a line right through the middle. Either maybe you win or lose. That's a court thing. And there's no definition. But in Currituck County, if they couldn't rezone a part of the railroad in order to put a scrapyard on it, I couldn't see how we can take out one little point and somebody say it's not spot zoning. But zoning, rezoning has a number of things. Number one, you got to think about it. Community. Does this add to the community or does it take away from the community? Now, I think we would all agree if Mr. Hatch does what he says he is going to do, I don't have any problem with any of y'all saying, that's good. But the county, and Linda was on the planning board for quite some time, has looked sort of unfavorably, and I think the minutes have proved that multi-unit housing. We haven't looked, I wanted to see it actually years ago, I wanted to see us allow a little bit more duplexes in the county. Look at our zoning maps, and I don't think we got many multi-unit housing on it. That's what this is. So the standards of the community is rezoning. You got to listen to what I'm saying, the standards of the community. It's like Mr. Casper here, who lives across the road from it. Bobby Hollow, who lives across the road from it. The churches that are next to it. This is what you got to examine before you rezone it. How is it going to affect the community? Now, I don't want to be personal, but I have heard all these arguments for 2 hours sitting out there and wandering around. First of all, anyone in here, including Mr. Jordan, wants to disagree with this statement because I was told by Chuck Brothers, who was on the planning board, who was at the planning board, when you passed, I asked a request for the nuisance ordinance about grass cutting. Chuck Brothers told me, and he can verify this or not, that he asked the county manager, was this ordinance brought into being because of Sunbury School? Is that a correct statement, sir?
The Sunbury School in the Sunbury area, including the chicken restaurant, TNA.
Right. So, Henry Jordan said at the planning board meeting that he had to call Mr. Hatch to get him to cut the grass.
No, I did not call him, I called him, I said I.
Well, that is what everybody was planning. What'd you say, Henry?
Well, it was Claudia, who, she's a PNC, and she's the one that contacted Hatches. I may have communicated with Graham at some point, but I don't think we didn't communicate. It was with
Only
Claudia.
after the grass was cut.
Right.
You congratulated.
But you said at the planning board meeting that I think, we still got those tapes?
Well, if
You didn't destroy them, did you?
the contact was through Claudia.
Right, it was a contact made.
Yes,
Right.
but it was through Claudia.
Right, and, but that wasn't verified exactly clear, but, people in Sunbury have had a real problem with this. Mr. Hatch, I'd like to ask you a question. How much money does it take, do you have appropriated to rebuild that facility the way you want it? Or way you say you're gonna do it?
Can we answer all the questions when you finish?
Well, I'd like to know, this is really what I want to know right now. The only one is how much money is it gonna take?
Right now, we're looking at a budget of $4.5 million.
$4.5 million.
Yeah. It started in 7.1 and we put it down to 4.5, and with local teams, we can be able to put it even lower.
Well, the $4.5 million would be a minimum. I don't argue with that figure. But it just seems like to me that based it, and I'm speaking primarily, not just for me. I was been to these meetings in Sunbury and they asked me to make some points, and I am. But we had a problem ever since you've had it, that the grass has been growing up. The bushes hadn't been trimmed. And when you first went in, we probably got some witnesses in here that told me and will say, you were to stabilize the building. Nothing really was ever done. See, my problem with all of this is...
I'm sorry, that is not true.
What part of it is not true?
You tell me that we did not do anything with the buildings, that is not true.
Earl was trying to keep it focused to us.
Right, well, I just wanted these questions, she wanted to answer that wasn't true, and I wanted to give her an opportunity because I don't want her to think I'm saying things. I'll just leave that in the end of the community in Sunbury, Mr. Casper and all that live across the road, they might want to address that. I think I've read over everything. I lost my order. One thing that I want to say in closing, two things. I would like this, there has been so much evidence presented today that by people from other counties saying things, that, and there is, in my opinion, there is absolutely no way that you five people can comprehend all of this today. If you already got your mind made up, you want to vote against the taxpayers of Gates County and the people of Sunbury, you go ahead and vote. But I don't believe y'all can comprehend everything that's been said. I don't think y'all comprehend the concerns of the people of Sunbury. So all I would ask today is that we postpone this, and I hate to see postponement, but there's just so much information been given, and there's a lot of things that have not been brought out that should be brought out. But I am going to say, and this is closing, Kenny, a story that most of y'all have already heard more than one time, and I just told it again. I'm not a person that just jumps into things, but I have made several mistakes. One of the things, Netflix is $300 and some yesterday, Jack. But years ago, I bought part interest in a gold mine in Arizona, sight unseen. Well, after a while of owning that gold mine, my wife comes home and said, "You want to go to Phoenix, Arizona with me?" And I said, "Yeah, get the tickets." I said, "I need to go to Arizona to find my gold mine." So we hopped on a plane, flew to Phoenix, got there in the afternoon, early afternoon. Well, the address that I had listed for the gold mine was Scottsdale, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix. I had the phone number, address. As soon as I get into the motel, get something to eat, drink, clothes off, I called the number. "I'm sorry, the number that you called has been disconnected and no longer in service." I said, "What?" So I get busy trying to find my gold mine. And what I found out was I never had there was no gold mine. Now I'm not doubting you, Mr. and Ms. Hatch, one bit. But I am a person that has got more money than I got sense. And sometimes I do irrational things. And I am on the verge right now of saying that if you'll give me the complete address and location of that place that you built in Argentina, all I want to do is fly down there and verify it. And that I might do. In the end, it's up to you. You look at these people, you look at the taxpayers, you look at the people of Sunbury, and you vote on it. It's up to you. I don't really care. I mean, I care which way you're going to vote, but what I'm saying, I don't care about your soul. That's up to you.
Thank you. All right.
Fellow citizens, members of the commission, I'd like to speak to you on the concern that I have about this.
Give us your name.
Robert A. Parker. I live at 510 NC 32 South Sunbury, North Carolina. My family's been in the county since before the French and Indian War. Everybody would like to know. Bottom line, projects, who's this, who's that, who's getting the money. I'm a retired firefighter in the city of Chesapeake. I have a total of 40 years service in the fire service, volunteering and paid. I'm retired now because I had a stroke. I was assistant chief of Moyock Fire Department. The emphasis of the chief, I served as chief. In 2 states I've been certified in not only teaching firefighters basics, but also in tactics and strategy, works by other things. I've taught for COA. I have a college degree in fire science. Looked at the project. My daughters went to Sunbury School. It was a nice old building. It was, yes indeed. We had the best principal. If you designed a principal with a computer, you'd come up with Tommy Lawrence, and there he would have been. We lost a great asset by Tommy passed. He was my friend. Problem I have with this whole thing is it's nothing to do with the hatches, nothing to do with the building. Well, there are some things about the building, and I think people have talked about that. As a retired fire chief, I have a problem with water source. In the city of Ahoskie, there is a fire main / water supply main, a large diameter, good pressure. In the city of Edenton, both cities have paid on-duty firemen. City of Edenton, not only do they have a water supply / fire main, but they also have Edenton Bay. That's plenty of water. In our county, we have an excellent water supply for drinking water. That's what it was designed for. That's what it does. There's one hydrant in Sunbury that we were told years ago when I was a member of the Sunbury Fire Department. By dumping the tower and putting all their pumps in here, they could feed one hydrant at 1,000 gallons per minute. All right? Talk one fire. Oh, we got feed from the north and from Gatesville. It only feeds one way. It's one loop, one name. Did some calculations. Of course, I couldn't go on Mr. Hatch's property to get 2-inch estimates, but a rough estimate of the needed fire flow, fire water, not flow. This is water. How much water you need if that building was on fire? How about the building? 85,500 gallons. So minimum flow rate of 1,000 gallons a minute. And the building, the thing that we look at in this book, which is municipal water supplies, the basic firefighter takes the square footage, divides it by 100, and comes up with a figure. This book, provided by the United States Fire Administration, the National Wildland / Urban, there's a whole bunch of government agencies. It's a government book, and it's very, very useful. But the things that they consider when trying to find out how much water you need for a structure, there are things that they divide in here. And it brings occupancy hazard classification number, total structure volume, cubic feet, not square feet. Then they have a construction classification number. Construction classification on a school built in 1928. President Roosevelt was on my hero. 1928, along in there, is what they call, this is heavy timber construction, mill construction. It also is what firefighters call balloon construction. You can go inside the wall and look into the attic from the bottom floor. This structure was not designed for occupancy at night. It was designed for children to be there and their teachers to be there. The building could be evacuated quickly. Our teachers are darn good at that. Right now they are. I have nothing but praise for our teachers and firefighters. Firefighter can't do his job if he doesn't have tools. One of those tools is water supply. The greatest number of deficiency points when the ISO comes to rate your city is not the fire department. It is the water supply. Check me on it, please. The rough estimate that I could do, I didn't want to go on Mr. Hatch's property, he wasn't home. You got 798,000 cubic feet, 114,000 foot of attic. Comes out that the calculations I did were 85,500. I use a calculator. Normally I used to use a slide rule, but that tells you how old I am. I figure things. Now here's the problem. A building like this, with elderly folks in it, you've got a balloon constructed building. You'll need a standpipe for firefighters to hook their hose in when they're on the second floor, so they don't have to schlep the hose up the ladder. That's another thing. You need an aerial ladder, maybe two. Aerial ladder, last time that my city bought one was close to $1 million. You buy a used one, throw in the dice. 3 or 4 years, it can fail underwriter's test, and all you've got is something you can make a lamp out of. Or rebuild, and you wind up spending almost as much as you would for a new one. New aerial's the way to go. They're expensive, they do the job. Second thing, people are going to be eligible, you can need fire drills. They said they were going to do that. And a fire escape plan that's required, life safety code. It'll take staff members full time. Your sprinkler and standpipe system are going to take your first 2 companies' water supply. When you hook that pumper to that hydrant, lay that 5-inch hose to that building, you've committed that loop. Any other, you go up the street and haul water with a tanker and pull water out of that, you are robbing the sprinkler system, which is a cardinal sin in firefighting. It's also will rob your standpipe system for firefighters if they should go inside, if they're hosed to. First Two Company is not even gonna be able to do that. This number of people, they're gonna have to go for rescue. That leaves the pumper sitting, and if the pump operator's good, he'll lay out to the sprinkler system and take care of that. You got a lot of people to be rescued. This building was not designed for that. You want these folks to have a building, build them a new one that has a fire main, one that has these modern construction. And I say balloon, after 1950, houses was constructed with fire stops. Their boards at so many feet go between the wall joists, right, what they call it, rafters. They go in there and the fire burns up that, it delays it, it buys time. There are firewalls and doors that buys time. It had to bring this building up to code. Also, something I thought about was pressurized stairwell. That means if I go into the stairwell and open the door, it's going to be pressurized. Any smoke goes in there, it's going to get me. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it's not fire that kills in most of these places, it's smoke. You're going to need a good detection system, which is they're going to have. That's going to be given. You're going to need a warning system. Or a fire load that's in this building. These floors over the years. You remember, you're old as me, you remember, janitor used to come and put down this stuff called dust down, and he swept it. Well, it's an all in wax base. Read the side, I learned this in hazmat, I'm also a hazardous materials instructor. Read on the side of the box and see what's in it. These floors have been oil soaked, heavy filing. Wood, heavy filing, heavy timber. And when they built these buildings, guess what they used to make sure that the floor joists wouldn't rot? They used creosote. There's also asbestos in there. The building has fungi, mold spores. A forest fire will not kill mold spores. They're going to be there in the soil. They're going to come back. It's like magic, like some things I've heard. Anyway, your water supply source, a large main, a large pumping capacity. This is not what we have. We have a drinking water supply system. That because our former fellow that was the head of the water, he's excellent. He's an excellent man. Bud, you and Mr. Hedgecock, excellent. If you want to provide them with the funds to build the type of water system that would be needed to protect this property, then go ahead. These other properties, Woodland, places like that, I don't know if they have them. If they do have them, in heavy mill construction, it's real easy for that fire load to overcome a standard sprinkler system. The only system I can think of that would be able to deal would be a deluge system. That's when it's called a pre-action. A fire alarm goes off and then an announcement goes out, evacuate the building, fire, 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 gives people time to get out. And then every head in the system opens up. Fire spread is a dangerous thing. Smoke is more dangerous, especially at night. You're going to need people to expedite the exit of these people. The elevator's going to have not only a protection device to stop it from stopping on the fire floor, but a fire department override. The windows on the second story, fire escape. They're iron, steel, excuse me, they're steel, not iron, but they're steel. Get these, the way to get these, some of these folks couldn't climb down a fire escape. You talk about people needing assistance. This type of building construction type is not conducive to this type of occupancy. That's the second thing that's considered in this book, occupancy type. The simple formula that your average firefighter uses to get a rough draft. And I talked to one of the guys in the Sunbury Fire Department, and he was of the opinion that it was a dual feed. I called the water department and said, no, it's a single loop. It goes through Sunbury and goes up the Cork Peak. At night, when people are flushing their commodes and taking showers, that's further going to bleed that system. They have no way of knowing there's a fire in Sunbury or wherever that when they flush their commode, they're taking water away. One fire chief, I understand, went into his town, not far from here, put the pumper up that hydrant was going to see what it would flow and pull the water out of the commodes in all the buildings. Rather embarrassing for everybody was upset over that. This system is not designed to provide a fire protection flow rate equivalent to absorb the BTUs that we put off of this building. Now, we didn't talk about something else, and that is exposures. But there's one other thing, the RIT team, Rapid Intervention Team. It has to have an independent water supply before you can send men into that building. The only exception is life safety. First Two Company's gone. With that number of people, Second Two Company's going to be gone. If you got 4 into a pump. I was a volunteer. I've been to fires by myself. I'm sure some of you have. It boils down to these buildings were built for what they were intended for at the time they were built for, 1928. My grandpa was born in Gates Station in 1888. But the buildings that, when you bring them up to code, it's an expensive process. But still, you have, just like rebuilding an old car. I rebuilt a 55 Chevy, put my money in it, I still got a 55 Chevy. It's gonna act like one, because it's got some age on it. This building has age. Fire protection systems can overcome it. They're expensive, water hungry, and they have to be maintained and inspected. That's the thing, maintenance and inspection. We have actually had instances in cases where they would go to a fire and find a golf ball stuck in the sprinkler connection, so they couldn't force water through it. The instructor brought that to us from another area. Vandalism is another thing. You have to watch out what your happens. We got a good water department, provide excellent drinking water, and they can provide a hydrant with 1,000 gallons a minute. You start filling tankers, every 3,000 gallon tank. All right? Little class here. 3,000 gallon tank. You got a 10-minute turnaround. 5, 10, and 3,000. That tanker can provide 300 gallons a minute. It's 20 minutes. It's half that. You got 2 of them. 3 of them. We have 2 3,000 gallon tankers operating. But it takes time to set up a water supply. Fire doubles every 60 seconds, the size of your fire does. Time you get enough equipment, all the team's horses and all the team's men, you got a real problem. I've taken up enough of your time. I will close it. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I think that if some of these issues were addressed, that's up to you, it's not me. I'm not a commissioner, you all. Think about it. Put your head on the pillow tonight and put that number of people in the building without adequate water supply. Everybody likes to drown. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jackson, we are going to need to implement some time limitations. Probably 5 minutes would give at least one. Really? After next. All right, cool.
Commissioners, I'm Wade Castro, live 104 NC 13 North, right across from the Hatches here. I understand that the Hatches have been very distraught over this issue, and I can understand why. Because they were led to believe that rezoning would be no problem, and the public hearing was only a formality to become a done deal. They have also been quoted in the community as saying that they came to the county commissioners and asked what Gates County needed in the Sunbury area, and were told by the commissioners housing. Is that correct?
Well, certainly, housing is one of the things that could be used in there, yes.
And there's another issue here. We, the citizens of Sunbury, are already concerned about things that seem to be happening and has the appearance of not being on the up and up. For instance, there's a picture posted on www.zillow.com of what appears to be the former Sunbury Women's Club building, listed for sale at an undisclosed address. Why would anyone try to sell property anywhere with an undisclosed address? I contacted the Historic Preservation Foundation of North Carolina, the representative in Edenton, and they were not aware of any property for sale on the Sunbury campus. According to paragraph 10 of the Preservation's Covenant, the preservation should have first right of refusal. It seems to me that the Historic Preservation should have been aware of the advertisement for sale since they are listed on the warranty deed. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Casper, could you give us that address again, the website address?
It's www.zillow.com. And I can save you from looking if y'all scared to maybe see if y'all recognize the building. Just pass around.
Okay. We'll look at it later.
I'm gonna be really quick. I cut out half my stuff because it's not been a long day and it's hot as Hades in here. My name is Dawn Fox. I'm from Corky, North Carolina, and I'm a member of the planning board. I do have a concern. I'd like to reiterate what Wade Askey said about the zoning and ordinance in the county. They're extremely broad. I did make the motion to vote no on the rezoning on this property, and the reason is because of the broadness of the ordinances, based on the information that we had before us. I do appreciate the concern of the citizens of Sunbury. I understand their concerns. And because I wanted to do some homework after the fact, I actually went and met with Brenda and Graham Hatch. Got a better understanding of what they want to do, the direction they want to see it. And I feel like that I could see their vision, I know what they want to do, and I appreciate what they want to do. And I do support what they want to do, but I also understand the concerns of my fellow citizens here. It was brought up on drugs and crime rate in these areas, in Eatonton and Ahoskie. So I took it upon myself and I called the Eatonton Police Department. I called the Ahoskie Police Department. I also called the Housing Authority and spoke to, I asked about the crime rate, the drug rate, what problems they had in both facilities, as well as how the Housing Authority gave me the same information. And it came up as zilch. They had no problem with drugs, they had no problem with crime, other than the vandalism, which was done by somebody else, not the citizens there. In fact, the one in Eatonton said the only time that a siren goes to the Swain Auditorium is when it has to pick up the senior citizen. The one thing I'd like you to keep in mind is that the Housing Authority in Ahoskie does run background checks on all individuals who want to move in. Again, if they find anything in background, and this is on the seniors, they are denied entrance. They are not allowed. And they said they have had that happen before, where there was maybe a drug incident even back in their 20s or 30s, but they said just because of that one thing, they could not get into the residence. So I felt a lot better after talking with Brendan Graham. I felt better after talking with the police in both places. And I do want to say that maybe this might ease some minds if, I don't want to upset my fellow citizens here, but my grandparents' house was sold through the North Carolina Preservation Historical Society on Highway 158. It was a house that my mother grew up in. And I get very emotional about this, but it's true. That's no longer my grandmother's house. However, it is now put back to its original order. It has got wonderful people that live there. It is taken care of inside and out through the Historical Preservation Society. That's how it has to be done. Inside and out. It has to be put back to its original order. The people that live in that house are the most wonderful people you've ever met in your life. They had never moved to the country before until they came here. They learned a lot from my family. They learned a lot from their neighbors who helped them. These people actually go to, which it doesn't matter to y'all, but they go to my family reunion. And we embrace them. And I love what they have done. And that home is still home to me. That's how they let it be. But it's on 158 before you get to Elmer's Crossroads on the right. And it is, if it's ever sold again, which was a concern my mother had and her family, it goes through the North Carolina Historical Preservation Society. And it is made sure that it is upkept the very same way. So I'm here to just say y'all have a task before you that we could not get done the other night, and I apologize for that. But I also think that it would be really nice if we could get some ordinance and zonings brought up to date, maybe to avoid any of this from having to be done again. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Ward?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Susan Ward, resident of Sunbury. I've lived here since 1976, so I've grown up here my whole life, my whole adult life. I had two daughters, went to Sunbury School. I live in the community, serve in the community. Have a little business now, part-time, with 7 other artists right in Sunbury called Studio 32. So I just want to say that there are people, friends of mine, community members, that do support this. And I think they would say, what I'm saying is that questioning is good. The questions I've heard today, the comments, for the most part, I think have been really important. And it is where we all live. And we want it to be nice. And as Mr. Crocker said, we want to have it done right. I don't know about how much time there is. That was the other part of his statement. Take your time and do it right. It sounds like with the tax credit, that may not be, as easy to take our time, but we do want it done right. We all drive by there every day, and it means a lot to us. And I don't really know the Hatches. I've only met them. But I admire them for coming here and trying to do something with our facility when we've all had that opportunity, including myself. For all these years, we've driven by and said, we wish something could be done, and we haven't taken the initiative. So I don't know them well enough to say that they're going to do it 100%, but I hope they will, because I don't know why else they would be here. And I just say the old cliche, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I hope that something good will come out of Sunbury School and that everyone in our community will be pleased. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. If there's no one else, we will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say one thing about spot zoning, if that's okay.
Come back up. This is the map, if you like. This is the map of the Sunbury School area. This property here, that is the Sunbury School. I guess my sight's going down. But anyway, that's the Sunbury School area right there. This is the gymnasium. And these are the businesses around it.
Mr. Roundtree mentioned the Institute of Government earlier that he's familiar with. And every local government lawyer, which I'm one, I'm in the Municipal Attorneys Association, knows the Institute of Government because we call them for advice. They put on a lot of our continuing legal education programs. Spot zoning is a major issue. One of the things, the question first is, does it fit the definition? I don't think it does because of the C1s that are nearby, one property over. If all that was R1, every bit of it, including anything across the road here, I gather that's not in this.
That's
agriculture, that's what I figured.
Right.
But if all this was R1 here and here, you'd have a better argument that it's spot zoning, but it's not. I've got a piece here from David Owens, who's the current guru on zoning at the Institute of Government. Your county manager is probably familiar with him too. But he also says in this blog piece from a couple of years ago, I'm going to read it to you, spot zoning is not illegal in North Carolina. So there are exceptions to it. In other words, let's say that all that work was R1. It's still not illegal if certain conditions are met. So if you look at the map, the first point is it's not spot zoning because it's not surrounded entirely in this area by R1. If you took this table right here, and this was the entire county area that you zoned, everything was zoned R1. And then, I hate to pick on this Journey. If Mr. Journey says, I want to change my zoning classification to C1, and you say yes, that's spot zoning. But if there's a C1 here, and everybody else is R1, that's not. And it's arguably not here either. So the point is, it's not spot zoning to begin with. But even if it is, due to the unique characteristics of this property, the fact that there's already an existing building, or actually multiple buildings there, the exceptions would apply. Now, some of the exceptions are compatibility of the disputed zoning action with an existing comprehensive zoning plan, the benefits and detriments resulting from the zoning action for the owner of the newly zoned property, his neighbors, and the surrounding community, and the relationship between the uses envisioned under the new zoning and the uses currently present in adjacent tracts. I'm not aware of any cases in North Carolina, anywhere, that would call that spot zoning. I've represented local governments for more than 15 years now. It's been a predominant part of my practice. I'm the attorney for the Board of Adjustment in the city of Wilson. They still call me the city for different zoning issues. I represent some small towns in Wilson County that are smaller than some of the communities you have that range from 200 people up to 1,500 people. I've done litigation for Kinston, for Lenore County, and some other areas. I'm very familiar with zoning. I'm very familiar with zoning-related lawsuits. And I can tell you as a lawyer that if I thought this was spot zoning, I would be talking about it and I would be arguing that all these exceptions apply, but it's not. It just doesn't apply. And I think your attorney will tell you the same thing. Thank you.
All right, if we have no one else, we will entertain a motion to come out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, we're gonna do some discussion on this. I do think we do need to, as a board, need to take a break, 5-minute break before we go into our deliberation and discussions. And once we take that break, we'll come back and we will discuss the issue, and we will move forward and make a decision on what is best for the county and the Sunbury community. All right? 5-minute recess. Okay, we're going to call our meeting back to order. Okay. We're out of public hearing, and the board has been tasked with providing a rezoning classification or request to have Sunbury School rezoned to R1 from RMF 72. Board, I'd just like to just start discussions on a few things. I feel it is our duty to address some of the concerns that the citizens have. And one of the concerns was the type of uses in the future if the owner sells. The second was the type of residents living in a multi-unit complex and potential for drug trafficking or undesired activities associated with multi-unit dwellings, and commercial designation of gymnasium could be considered spot zoning. And the effect of rezoning and proposed project will have on surrounding property values. I think to the citizens, I think there are legitimate concerns, and I do feel that we as a board, we need to address them as we move forward. And I want to try to do that, if you will. The types of uses in the future that the owner sells, that has been explained very adequately. A lot of these things I can kind of gloss over because so much has been said. But as it's been said to all the citizens earlier, the finance plan to rehabilitate Sunbury School and gymnasium are through loans and tax credits, not grants. And it will require senior housing for 30 years. This commitment would stay with the school even if in the event it was sold. So this is not a project that once it's started, you can throw your hands up on, or someone comes in and buys. All that, I don't need to rehash all of that. Another concern under this, what type of uses the table of permitted uses in zone ordinance for RMF 72 are basically the same as R1. And any questionable future uses of the school or gymnasium in the future would have to be approved by the Board of Adjustments through special use permits. So, R1 has currently several uses that are questionable or the citizens may not like to have in their area, but you have to go through the Board of Adjustments, and that's what the Board of Adjustments is for. No matter what is put there in the future, it has to be allowed by the zoning orders and meet the covenant requirements in the deed. And we can rehash this over and over again, but you've got federal, state laws, ordinances, you've got the deed itself. There's a lot of protections there, and you've heard a lot of them this morning. The gymnasium being rezoned from R1 to C1 provides a means for additional uses to support and accommodate the residents' quality of life. And that's been addressed as well: recreation center, senior center, coffee shop, so forth, so on. So there's justification for the request. The potential for drug trafficking or other undesired activities associated with multi-dwellings. I think we've covered that. The management provisions are required for the project. We got covenant provisions that will be enforced. Law enforcement provisions are enforced through federal, state, and local laws and ordinances. And also in the covenant, there's an open inspection requirement that stays with the property, no matter who owns the property. And if it was to be sold, the community, upon proper notification, is allowed to go in and take a look at that for cultural reasons and purposes, for educational purposes. This building is being brought back to its original state and better. There's a lot of investment in it, and certainly it will be maintained. Tenant restrictions will be imposed by the owners to prevent this type of activity. And certainly they would have to put restrictions in place because if they want to maintain the property as it should. No one is going to build, well, I won't say no one, but it's unlikely for someone to build a $500,000 house and then put someone in it that's going to tear it down. You've got to maintain it continuously. That's not good investment practices. The effect rezoning and proposed project will have on surrounding property tax values. And I've got Renee here with me. But property tax values in Gates County and the state of North Carolina are based on what is known as true value, which is interpreted as market value. Market value means the price estimated in terms of money at which the property would change hands between a willing and financially able buyer and a willing seller, neither being under compulsion to buy or sell, and both having reasonable knowledge of all the uses to which the property is adapted and for which it is capable of being used. In other words, you have a standard value of land that's placed on the property, and that value is not determined necessarily by what may be over here or what's over there or what some other property is sold. You may have property that's sold, let's say at $200,000 on this side, and another piece of property is sold at $50,000 on this side. Well, that doesn't determine the market value the way the tax office determines tax value. And I can have Renee speak on that a little bit after I finish. But we don't want to confuse that with market price or sales price. That is based on the desire and need of the owner to sell or the necessity of the buyer to purchase. And this will vary, but it is not the singular determination of the market value of the property in Gates County. And this comes out of the North Carolina Department of Revenue Handbook. Now, Renee, I've said some things on this, and market value is what we use. And and that gets to the point of where you may have one property valued at $250,000, and you may look over here and say, well, how in the world that happened with this type of eyesore next door? But it's based on what a willing buyer and seller would be willing to exchange based on that value of the property. Not necessarily what's around it. Of course, these things could have some basis, but it's not going to be the sole determining factor. So tax values, we do look at that. Spot zoning. When you look at spot zoning, and it's been discussed before, you have here, I believe this is it's not the teacher, is it teachers or the
Women's Club. What used to be the Women's Club.
Women's Club, that's C1. You have C&A, which is C1. And, you're going to
Jay Parker and...
Right. And you've got Kellogg Morgan. So, as it's been explained before, it's not considered C1. I do ask the commissioners to be mindful of this CAMA land use plan. This is something that the planning board is supposed to adhere to when they provide recommendations. This was adopted in 2005. All of the counties in North Carolina have to adopt a land use plan, and that land use plan projects the long-term uses of lands in your county. and how they would best be used. And there's and on page 73, if you look here, this is Sunbury. These, and we can go to the legends, but this is your Campbell Land Use Plan map. It shows this is Route 158, this is 32, coming here. And, if you want to, should show it up there. Okay, yeah, 32, that's 32. Well, this is the Sunbury School area here. What you see, the Campbell Land Use Plan identifies all of this area as it was being used and for future uses as partially commercial mixed with residential. That is the way it's laid out. Also, when it comes to when it comes to looking at the historic properties that we are dealing with, we as a commissioner have a charge by the Campbell Land Use Plan. I think it's on page 95. It says that we are to, or the county is to do all we can to preserve and enhance, if you will, our cultural and historic properties. So that's something that we've been charged with. In conclusion, Sunbury School and Gymnasium are currently zoned R1. They need to be rezoned for the best possible future uses. The zoning of school to RMF 72 will be the correct zoning for its proposed use and meets the Campbell Land Use Plan adopted by Gates County in 2005, which the Board of Commissioners are to abide by on page 95, section 8. Let me see if we can pull that out. It's our Campbell Land Use Plan. One of the things we're charged with on page 95, section 4, it says, it shall be the policy of Gates County to preserve and protect to the maximum extent practical, significant, and cultural historic resources. So this is not something that we take lightly, but it's something that's been charged to the county, even as we take oaths to abide by. So I hope the citizens understand that we do have an obligation to act on this in the best way possible. And in further conclusion, the zoning of the gymnasium to C1 will be the correct zoning for its intended use to support the needs of the tenants in the housing complex. This will not be considered spot zoning because the surrounding C1 land use is currently in the general vicinity, and we've already discussed that. We've talked about property values, and the last bullet, it says the citizens' concerns are appreciated and they have been addressed. But the current project and future uses are believed to be adequately protected against degrading of the Sunbury community, and it will promote a better quality of life for all citizens of Gates County. So I did want to go over that and just address the fact that the concerns are not just looked at lightly. All right, I'll turn it over to other commissioners.
Okay. Thank you, Henry, for putting that together. I've learned quite a bit here today. I've got a lot of phone calls from citizens all over the county in regard to this matter. And I want to tell you that Mr. Hatch called me, and Mr. Hatch got off the phone with me. He was probably a little upset, probably a little concerned what my thoughts were. Would that be fair?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So I was, and I did that in fairness to hear Mr. Hatch out, but certainly I did every citizen who called me the same, treated everybody in the same manner. And what I alluded to, and the basis of our conversation is that when you sit in this seat, there's a book. We don't have a book here in front of us today. But when something wants to be done, we look in the book. What are the rules? What are the regulations? And you don't have, the rule doesn't allow for preferences. It's, can this be done? Can this ordinance be changed? Should the ordinance be changed? We do have say-so in what's best for the county. You saw what was on page 95 there, what we're charged with. We are charged, we raise our hand, and our right hand, put our hand on the Bible, and say we choose to serve, and we will serve according to the state laws of North Carolina. But I learned some things in here today. Well, I've got a lot of notes up here. Mr. Chairman, you are correct in your statement that it is very proper and fitting and also responsibility of the citizens to question anything in Gates County, whether it's in their neighborhood or not, but certainly if it's in your neighborhood. I look at this property in Sunbury and I ride by it, and I don't have to ride by it anymore. It's emblazoned in my mind that it's been correctly called an eyesore here today. And by some people, I didn't expect to call it an eyesore, such as Mr. Hawkins. But we have this facility in the location that it's in, and I question myself. I say, you know, if that facility could look like this facility on this board over here with these photographs, if that facility could look like the pictures that I see on that board, would I want that as a commissioner? Would I want that as a citizen? Would I want that as a neighbor? I believe if I were a neighbor and an immediate neighbor, across the street or connected, I believe I would want that. As far as appearance, I will never vote in a positive manner for any type of housing that I believe will bring crime, drugs, anything like that comes before me that I believe has a chance of being not just an eyesore, but a threat to the children and the citizens of this community. I will never vote for it. This is housing for the purpose being submitted is housing for the aged. I have personally been in the one in Ahoskie. It's the only one that I've been in, ridden by several. But I've been in the one in Ahoskie, and I actually went in and asked to see a room. They would not let me see a room. They were that strict. Bobby was not there that day, and I know Bobby. The lady was there, would not let me look in a room. And this was over a year ago, this was 18 months ago, that I went to do that. Let me just see what I did right down here. Let me say, in fairness to Mr. Casper, Wade over here, this picture I'm looking at here on Zillow.com, I don't mean to throw any wrenches into this thing or not, but it says undisclosed address, Sunbury, North Carolina, 27979. Has an offering price, and I'm familiar with that property enough that if this is not that property, it has a twin. So I just want to get that out there, and we're going to keep that up here. Considerations. What Mr. Parker shared about the water, I mean, that's something really that's going to have to be addressed. I wrote down here below that, has Billy Wynn been on the property? Has Edgar Mitchell been on the property, our building inspector? Have they looked at the firewalls? Do the hatches, I'm not asking you a specific question for a response, but I have a question here that I want to ask later. Are the hatches aware enough of construction that they know that they're going to have firewalls, and if not, do they know that that's going to add to the cost of the property? I want the hatches, if this goes forward, I want them to be successful. I want them to be successful for Gates County. I want them to be successful for the neighbors of the property. I wanted to tell the citizens, and y'all not going to have anything to say, I'm sorry, but I want to tell the citizens that when we sold this property, we could have found a buyer ourselves. But we were fortunate enough to know some people that told us about the Preservation North Carolina. We found out that we could get rid of this property, and you heard me, get rid of this property, and still have some control. That was our concern. So we used Preservation North Carolina to move this property. What were our concerns that we wanted to remove it? At that time, we estimated conservatively that it would be anywhere, I want to say like $300,000 to $400,000 in cost to get rid of it. We knew that there was asbestos in it. When we deeded this property, we removed ourselves of any liability for asbestos. We also removed ourselves of any liability of a child going out there and getting injured. But these are all things that we took into consideration when we did that. If this is an $8 million project, and that's what somebody told me here today, that this was an $8 million project, that's huge. When I look at the project and wonder, financially, will it take place? I'm concerned about that. As a neighbor, I would be concerned about something being half done. I saw some wonderful pictures. The pictures I saw of the hatches place in Argentina, I believe it is. Wonderful looking pictures. We would love to have something like that in Gates County. The tax credits, I'm familiar with the tax credits. That is a very viable solution for what we're doing here. We've been schooled on tax credits in the past on some other projects. So we're pretty, I wouldn't want to try to teach the class, but we've heard the classroom material several times. Again, we want what's best for all of Gates County. There are enough things in Gates County to divide us. Enough things in Gates County to divide us already. The hatches used the word hub, the project. I hope that today, I had a lot of phone calls, folks, and I did not have my mind made up when I came here. But I've truly learned a lot here today. And a couple of things that I wrote down is, there's some lessons to be learned. Sometimes we can set our feet in concrete because we hear the rumor, or we hear the negative, and we don't hear anything positive. We can set our feet in concrete, and we're afraid to budge because of what we might have said to our neighbor, or what we might have said to our friend. And if we change our mind, we have to back up, and we have to eat crow, or whatever. There was enough good said here today and heard from citizens of Sunbury, from people who have given me a little bit more information about the restrictions that would be going forward. When someone purchases a property and they want to build something on it, if you're Joe Citizen in Gates County, when you own that property, when you go to get your building permit, if you pass at the building permit stage, then you pass that level. When you come before the planning board, and then they move it up to us, which is fine. When it comes to us, we have to look back in that book that I spoke about early in my commentary here. We have to look at that book and say, is it spot zoning? It's not spot zoning. Is there any other violation that would cause us to reject the scenario? And that's what we are challenged with, and we're challenged with page 95. So I appreciate all the comments today. They have all been valid. They have all been well spoken. Some of them spoken with passion, and I'm well aware of that. So I thank you for your time. It's been our longest hearing to date, and but really I thank you for all of your comments. And anyway, I ask you to support our decision and know that it was based on hearing a lot of things and taking a lot of things in. I'm sorry.
I'd like to say also that I agree with everything that Jack is talking about. The gentleman talking about the water, that is going to be a problem for Craven. And of course, he's got to bring this building up to all the codes. As long as that building has been closed, he has got to bring it up to all the codes, the sprinkler systems and the water pressures and all this. And that's going to be on him. And you said 8 million, I think she said 4.5. So I will disagree with you a little bit on that one. But I want everybody to know, I used to go in that building every day to the week when it was open, when I was working on the school buses. I went into the left-hand end of it, closest to the teachers, and I walked to the office, and I came back, and I've been in it since the hurricane. When the alternative school was there, we had school buses still parked on that campus. After the hurricane, I walked out there and I picked up brass nails. The brass nails that hold the slate on that roof. I have pieces of that slate roof at my house right now today that I picked up after that hurricane. I've been in it since then with the rain where you can see right out through the roof. He's taken on a challenge to bring it back up as a usable building. And it's going to take that 4.5 to do it. And I certainly hope that everything works out for you. And that's pretty much it for that.
I went to the planning board meeting in December when it was first brought up. I was sitting on the next to the back row, I believe, and I listened very carefully to what the citizens of Sunbury said. I'm just 3.5 miles down the road from Sunbury. Even though I represent Hopsville, I did go to Sunbury, and it's near and dear to my heart. And all of you know, I have a historical background. I love history. But I am practical, and I try to make sure that my decision is based on facts. And so I started doing my homework. And I made calls, and I'm not going to go through because some of those misconceptions have already been corrected that have been brought out over time. I too have been, I've been into Swain, the auditorium. I have not been in one of the apartments. I have been to the Hosky site and have gone into those apartments. There is a need in the county for senior living, as there's not a lot of options available. And as I have told a couple of people, I'm familiar with Swain, I'm familiar with Hosky. In the Hereford, the town of Hereford, they have Albemarle Village, which is a new facility, but it's for seniors. And they have notes on everything. They have 36 apartments, and it is, and why I'm familiar with that, 3 of the ladies that are in my Sunday school class that I teach have been residents there. 2 have passed away, 1 is still a resident. And so I was familiar with that. They have 32 one-bedroom units, 4 two-bedroom units. And so I've visited these ladies, and I know that it's a nice facility. Well, I called the administrator as well, and I was asking her, because I was trying to learn more about vouchers and Section 8 and the various programs about this income-based fees that they do the landlord. And I asked her, and I said, do you have people in your facility that get assistance? And she said, oh, yes, ma'am. I said, well, could you give me a rough percentage? 35 of the 36. There was only one couple that was paying the full market value. And these were salt-of-the-earth people. And I could give you the names of the ladies in my community, and you would know them. These are, you know, a lot of these people were in their 70s and 80s. They have been homemakers. Husbands died. They have Social Security. They don't have a lot of income, but they their highs got too much for them, and this was an opportunity for them to stay. They couldn't stay in Gates County because we don't have anything, but those three could have stayed here if we had some type of facility. So, you know, there is a need for this type of situation. And I talked to the Economic Improvement Council. I talked to the lady, in fact, I talked to her again this morning. And, you know, she said most people who are getting Social Security that have paid not the maximum amount and getting it, but most people would qualify. And these are our neighbors. And there's a lot of these vouchers are here in Gates County already. The person who rents homes today, they can take that voucher anywhere in this county and to live. And the landlord is paid. So we have vouchers already in the county. They might be your neighbors. And those of you who have rental property, you might be accepting some of these vouchers already. And that is kind of the system that that some people could qualify for. But like I say, a lot of the facilities, people pay the whole amount, and others have some assistance. So those, you know, I try to educate myself on that. Also, I am familiar with Preservation North Carolina. I have worked with Claudia on various things. I have met the people who are in the Smith home that Phyllis talked about. Wonderful people opened their homes to my classes to let us go in to visit. No, they were not born and raised here, but they are doing an excellent job of preserving that home. If you do go down to Mrs. Furr's home, Preservation North Carolina, once again, people not from Gates County, John and Susan Schultz, done a wonderful job of restoring that home to preserve part of our history. You know, I admire them for taking on this job. It is a tremendous job that they have to take on to rehab that school. And they have the courage and the youth to be willing to tackle that problem. And North Carolina Preservation is a wonderful organization, and their requirements give me a lot of comfort to know that it will be done right. And as I was talking to the EIC person, they said they were familiar with your architect and with someone else, and said they are top-notch. These are not, you know, someone just a fly-by-night operations. These are people who are well-known in the state and by Preservation North Carolina. So they have gone to people who are at the top of the game to get that. And I noticed, if you noticed on the PowerPoint, it wasn't, they didn't stop and emphasize this, but they did have a diagram of a typical apartment that you could see. And so, you know, I think some people are concerned about that. And if you, on that PowerPoint, it has a couple of models that you can see how it would be. And as the lady from Kirkwood County said, because of the ways the rooms are designed, they are not going to be cookie cutters. They all will be kind of a little bit different to make the best use of the space. And I also, I know some people have been concerned about the zoning. I was on the planning board, as you well know, and I know there has been some concern about the C1 zoning. And I have heard rumors about things that people say, you know, we don't want this and that in the community. If you look at our zoning, and I went back and got out my zoning book, and if C1, I know someone has mentioned that, well, at C1 you could put a bar there. Well, no, you can't, because it said it has to be special use. You have to go before the Board of Adjustment. But if you look on page 56 or page 50 of our zoning, about special permits for bars and all, it says bars, cabarets, discos, cannot be located near a residential area, church, child nursery, school, college, or university. It has to be a minimum separation of 1,500 feet. Well, Philadelphia Methodist Church is within 1,500 feet. Also, somebody was concerned that it might have a sexual orientation business. Once again, special use, but a note on that, 9.03-24 on page 56 of our zoning has a note. Structures in which sexually orientated businesses are located shall not be located within 2,500 feet of any building that is occupied as an existing sensitive use, such as churches, for all religious uses, educational, etc., etc. Also cannot be located within 2,500 feet of a residential zoning district, cannot be located within 2,500 feet of an existing structure used as a residential purpose. So once again, cannot happen, not even with a special permit, because of the notes that are in our zoning ordinances there. So I know that was something I had heard. I'm just trying to knock down misinformation. My decision is based on facts, and facts only. I did ask the sheriff to check in about the crime. He did that for me as well. I tried to, as I said, I was at the planning board meeting. I listened to all the concerns. And as Mr. Parker mentioned, he had called me, I hope he doesn't mind me using his name, about mobile parks, mobile homes. Once again, RF is multifamily. Zoning for multiple manufactured homes is RMH. And I think somebody just got that confused about the initials. It cannot be mobile home park as well. So, you know, I really have tried to do my homework. I have really tried to look at it. And, you know, time is of the essence. The longer we wait, the building deteriorates more. But more importantly, these tax credits might disappear. You know, it's not going to cost the county anything. We're not going to have to build a septic system. They've got to bring the one that's there. They've got to get it working. You know, the county is not going to be spending the money. It's coming from them. They're $4.5 million. So it would be, you know, I think a boost to the community. I can't see that it would be a negative.
Just one of the points, speaking about zoning and spot zoning, address my question to you. The C1 obviously is not spot zoning, because all C1s all right. RMF, is that, what is the criteria for that? Okay, to the attorney.
With your permission, I think the same rule applies. It's a little bit different, as you noticed, that the key, though, is whether the surrounding area is already zoned like, for example, if everything is R1, and then you changed it, that's the spot zoning situation. The fact that there are different zoning classifications within this area takes it out of that arena. So you're not spot zoning if there are different zoning classifications within that particular area. And if you were going to use the similarities, you do have residential already there. And this would be multifamily with the zoning. I think I said RMH earlier with the wrong classification when I spoke earlier, but it's RMV, I think it is. RMF. But it's not spot zoning for the same reason, because it's not all uniformly zoned already in that area. So you've got different zoning classifications already there, and it looks like to me there's three for the mobile home park. So you've got three different classifications within a very small area there. So a change to another zoning classification would not be spot zoning. That's my opinion. You can find somebody that disagree, but I think the folks at the Institute of Government, and I think the courts would agree with me. But as lawyers, we always argue and disagree.
I just wanted a legal opinion on that. To the concerns of the citizens in here, as some of us have got multiple phone calls, and I listened to every one of them, and I think a lot of the things that people were concerned about have been addressed here today. Everyone that called me and had concerns, I asked them to please attend this meeting today and voice their concerns, and most of them have. One or two have not made it in. But I really appreciate you doing that, because there's no way that we can make an informed decision without hearing everything. And just speak on the water problem that Mr. Parker was bringing out. That can be a legitimate concern, but when Mr. and Ms. Hatch, if and when this project is done, they will have to do everything by code. The building will have to be updated, the sprinkler system, and he was talking about the fire break between the studs, all those will have to be installed. So that is still going to be a problem. But as far as the water system, we are a water hole county. We do not pump off of the hydrants. Here in the town of Gatesville, they can. The rest of the county, we do not pump off of the hydrants. We would collapse the lines. It's a water hole. So if a fire broke out there, there would be a minimum of 3 departments called, and probably more than that. So water supply plus the water department would be notified, and they would up the pressure. So I don't think that would be a problem. I think the problem there, in case of a fire, would be evacuation. So I would really suggest and urge you to make sure that there is a good evacuation program, because we are volunteers and it's going to take minutes for us to get there. And that's probably more important than the fire itself, it's the evacuation process.
Thank you, Billy. All right, board, we have taken all of the considerations that we need to take into account, and now we're at a point where we need a motion to move forward in rezoning Sunbury School from R1 to RMF 72. Have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the change in the zoning for this property.
The motion that we change the zoning from R1 to RMF 72. Have a second.
A second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Thank you. Sunbury School has been rezoned from R1 to RMF 72. All right. Our next item would be rezoning of the gymnasium from R1 to C1, and we'll need a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. 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 All opposed, nay. All right, we're in public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, indicated earlier for the previous hearing, I don't intend to say anything else, but I'd ask that my comments in the first public hearing be taken, this one too, if that's okay, if you can do that. That way I don't have to say anything else. I think you can do it, but my clients may have, this is a little bit different situation, but if you have some questions, I'm sure they can answer them for you, but I don't have anything new to say.
Anyone else? Gymnasium. All right, there are no other comments from the public. Will entertain a motion to come out of the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, board, we have heard a discussion regarding the zoning. I think we've got a lot of information on that. Unless there are some other comments, we will entertain a motion to rezone the gymnasium from R1 to C1.
Mr. Chairman, before you make that motion, I would like to ask the Hatches if they have a floor plan for the gymnasium.
There was just 1 second, the other find one. So this is the old one from Clyde. There was just 1 second.
We have it in the pen.
Kind of right.
It's an Excel, yeah.
Thank you. Wanna get this?
Had it with us. Well, we have an old one.
Okay.
Okay.
Could we get some, I can't see this, could we get someone to talk about it, if you don't mind?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, the gym has a basketball court in the middle, and it has 2 wings. And on the right wing is used to be showers, and it all has been stolen, all the flowers of the showers. Then you have a big warehouse, a little bathroom that connects to the basketball, and another washing area that used to be playing ping pong. And on the left, you have some small area for pipes and not furnace, but water heater.
What you were unfamiliar with the facility?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just thought the floor plan was what, were you asking what they were gonna do with it?
I was looking for your plan.
Oh!
Misunderstood. Yeah, misunderstood.
Okay, you want to go?
Sure, I mean.
Better English.
No, better English, nothing. I mean, the idea here is we want to bring this back to everybody to use. This would be for the weddings and parties and events, meetings of community groups, and basketball, right? And this would be your entrance for people going to that or going to here. Here says office laundry. This is would be possibly laundry for the residents and for neighbors who need it as well. This area here we're looking at as a cafeteria with a cafe we're discussing. And this area here could be an activities area for the residents or the seniors. This plan is kind of assuming that we don't have a senior center. The Sunbury Fields cannot determine a senior center. We need to come to you guys and come to the Aging Adult Task Force and say, would you like to use our property as a senior center? If so, then we're going to probably move a lot of stuff out of the way because there's a minimum amount of square footage you need to have a qualified senior center. So that will probably eat up a ton of I think it's more than 1,200 square feet, I remember.
Yes.
So the cafe will get a lot smaller. it turns out you guys are up for having the senior center there. And any questions? That's the plan.
Do you have a conceptual time frame for this being a functioning facility? Talking
Right.
about this part
Okay.
right here.
So if we community want to do a senior center today, and we can find a financing mix, we're pretty much ready to go. We can do this in a matter of months, right? It's a matter of finances. If we're talking about no senior center and simply a cafe, a laundry, and this is going to be serving our residents over here at the Sunbury School, and if our neighbors would like to use it, of course they can as well. But if we're not going to have a senior center right now, then we're probably going to be waiting for this to happen. I mean, it's just the reality. I feel like that might be the reality. But we are ready to go. We could have the basketball court available for events and stuff like now, right? The thing is, we need to have enough cash flow. There's got to be a business in here, and we think that the cafeteria, some rent from the senior center, and laundry would probably be the cash flow. That we could allow the basketball court, the rental would be minimal. We just can't imagine that there's going to be a big business running a basketball court for these events, at least at first. So these guys will be the cash drivers. This is not a huge business focus. Would be coming from there. So the answer is, if we do a senior center, we can do that quickly. If that's all up to us, we sit here and decide if we want to do that. If you're just going to say, no, Graham, we don't want a senior center, then we're going to have our activities for the residents there, and we're going to probably move on this when we have residents come up.
Yeah, we've been to the Aldermar Commission because they care about economic development, and actually they send a lovely letter of support, and they reinforce the idea that this place is going to be one of the most job creators, much more than any other, because you have different facilities and different services that you can give to all these new tenants. So you need a doctor, a dentist, an assistant, a receptionist, people to work at the cafeteria, people to work at the laundry, people that have to take care of them when they have yoga or any kind of activities they need to feel better and live longer, walking for Alzheimer. I mean, there's a lot of extra services that they need, and it can bring a lot of jobs to the county.
Okay. Good, all right. Billy? That's it. All right, well, any other discussion? Well, if not, we have before us the request for R1 being rezoned for the gymnasium to C1. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All right, so the motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, we thank you. And great success in going forward.
Oh, now we have our work cut out.
Thank you. All right, next public hearing will be on the rezoning of parcel 10-03107 from A1 to R and H1. We entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Motion second, to go into public hearing. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. All right, we're in public hearing for rezoning of William Roundtree's parcel from A1 to RH1. Are there any public comments? Okay, being there none, will entertain a motion to come out of public hearing?
Second.
All right, motion second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. All right, the board, we have before us a request from the planning board. I'm going to get this up here before I start talking. Okay. All right, these to rezone parcel 10-03107. And if you'll notice that I have put up the zoning classifications. It is on Roundtree Lane, and this is the parcel that's being requested. Referred by the parcel number here, 10-3107. The issue we have before us is this is a totally different situation where we have one parcel that's being requested to be rezoned to RH1 and everything else around it is A1. It's diametrically opposite of what we just dealt with. So, and Pitt's here, I'm glad he's here. This might could be a case for spot zoning. But what you'll find is that all of these properties, here, here, most of these are mobile homes already. If I can get an aerial view, Billy, you might want to help me here. Is this it?
Yeah, right. Little box to your right.
Right
Go up, right there. Keep right there.
Okay. And what you have, we'll blow this up a little bit. Okay. Actually, you can see that these properties are already mobile homes. And one here, one here, one here, and here, and here. And I believe, well, this is a vacant lot, and he intends to put a mobile home there. This is a lot in between, which would be along that same strip. And this is mobile home. And I believe this is a modular home. And you have one brick home over here on this little parcel. All this is A1 classification. It was my thoughts that we could just zone the whole strip on RH1 and do a rezoning. But in discussing that, there was some concern that the other residents may not be properly informed. I guess this is the challenge that we have before us. What is the best alternative to take? We rezone that one property on H1 as potential spot zoning. If we, go ahead.
Let me, about a year ago, we did some cost sharing on this road, running a water line down William Roundtree Lane, I guess it's called.
Just Roundtree Lane.
Roundtree Lane, yeah, Roundtree Lane. I went down there and met William and another resident. I don't remember that individual's name, but I believe one or maybe two of these are rentals at William Roundtree, or any of these rentals that he rents out. I don't remember that part or not.
I do know that we, in the planning board meeting, we discussed And that we thought about the fees, you know, if they rezone it, and it wouldn't be fair for William to have to pay the $600 when everybody else would get a benefit. So we just said, since there was no fees that had been paid, we just looked at that one lot, not the whole part and parcel of it.
Right, that's what I would have done too, I think. So, but I'm not 100% on that, but Henry, if you start there at the tree area, with the corner there, that's a single wide mobile home,
That's single wide.
and the next one is a double wide,
That's probably double wide, I believe.
and I believe the others are single wides. It's been a while since we were down there, since I met him. He mentioned in our packet, it was mentioned that Todd Lewis was not in opposition, who owns the agriculture.
I think Todd owns this property over here.
And he and Todd actually worked together in that cost sharing to put that line in. And so I know that there's a lot of good relationship there with it. I would ask Linda, her experience on the planning board, what would it be unheard of to do what Henry's talking about, to make that whole area there? I know when William put the water line in, there was conversation about a relative, his nephew, of building a house down there somewhere.
He gave this lot to his son.
It's his son?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's his son's.
Let me say something before London starts on this. This can be handled with a special use permit and not a touch zone.
Really?
Well, yeah, and it's agricultural. Agriculture allows you to put a trailer on it, but you just gotta get a special use permit. You still gotta pay $500.
Yeah, we already paid $600, so we just refund $100 and
Does that help us? You guys are more familiar with the planning board rules. Does that, it helps us immediately, does it cause us any issues in the long run?
But isn't this going to be a modular home too?
Single wide,
Yeah.
well, I heard this.
Single wide, yeah.
Well, whatever.
the single wide?
I think this is a single wide.
It's gonna be a trailer, or mobile home, whatever it
I
is.
thought we said double wide yesterday.
Well, it's still a mobile home unless it's a modular.
There's different rules of single wide and double wide.
Well, not from a zoning standpoint.
I think there might be.
Well, I have my zoning book. Oh, if that was here too. Well,
But the thing about it is, I think that's what William wanted was to have this whole strip rezoned. The strip on this side rezoned to RMH1. He had talked with the neighbors. The neighbors didn't have opposition. Todd Lewis over here didn't have opposition. And the planning board, they recommended to grant this RMH1 and recommended that the Board of Commissioners rezone the other 6 parcels to RMH1.
Our biggest concern was about the fees, though. Since William paid the fee to have it rezoned, everybody else will be getting a blanket approval for no.
Are the other ones, are they A1?
They're A1.
Yeah.
They're A1?
Absolutely.
all of them are A1.
Right.
And I think
I was wrong, Henry, I was looking at the wrong call, they're both special use.
Both the same thing.
Well,
Do these
If-
people not have to be notified and be given the chance?
oh yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
If we chose to do that, I mean, they would have to be sent a letter from the county government saying, this
because
is,
you're changing there.
this is being considered, yeah.
But I think that was the point that has bothered some of us, that you're changing something and
They have no say so.
have no say so, that we didn't think that was ethically correct or legally correct.
But what we could do, we could send it back to the planning board and request that the planning board look into making these 10 lots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lots, RMH1. And in the meantime, if William wanted to go ahead right away, he could, you know, we could refund him $100 and he could go to the Board of Adjustments and get a special use permit and put a trail in that. But this should be able to come back to the board by February, March. And I don't think he's in that big a hurry.
Well,
Chairman, do we,
I think what Johnny was saying, though, is gonna be a legitimate question, then, that we, each individual should put up their fee, if they want to change.
What we can do, is William can either, well, we can rezone it. We can rezone this, the Board of Commissioners can petition to have an area rezoned if we think it's the right thing.
without a cost
Without a cost.
to the individual,
Yeah, we can do that.
to include William, really, for that matter.
Yeah, to include that one.
That was our biggest concern, the planning board, was, you know, how far should we move along? Should we, you know, exempt everybody else, or should they get the benefit and William pay the fee, or what? And then that's when we decided, well, we just.
Well, if I'm citizen one, the first single-wide mobile home, okay? We also have the rules that say if there's a mobile home on there and something happens to it, you put a mobile home back. So I have no reason, being citizen number one up there in the first lot, to spend any money or to have mine changed, for that matter.
also, if I'm in that slot, I have a mobile home and I want to build a stick-built home, I can, but if we zone it mobile home, you can't do stick-built.
Yeah, you should just do that.
You can.
Yeah, you can move up.
You can improve.
You can
Right.
improve, okay,
So I don't see any advantage.
of rezoning.
I don't see, I'm just talking from citizen number one in the first lot. I don't have any gain, so I wouldn't spend my money.
Well, and another question we had was it zoned correctly initially? You know, why was it agricultural one? Why was it, I mean, when the mobile homes were already on there, why wasn't it zoned mobile home law?
Historically, this is before any of our time, I was told that when the zoning came about, that it was going to be too time consuming to go through the whole county and rezone every parcel, and the cost is going to be too great, that we would adopt zoning rules and ordinances, and as property moved, change hands. But that's when
See
those
what
scenarios
happened
would
in
come up.
Salisbury School when that.
Right.
I mean, you know, it was not done properly, or not done good.
Mhm.
And, you know, now it's coming back to bite you in the butt, because you're getting all these, you know, hurt feelings and you know, antagonistic situations because it was not done properly in the first place.
Well, the thing that we don't want to do, we don't want to open up the door for every citizen in the county and say, hey, guess what? My area is rezoned incorrectly. Now I want you to rezone it at no cost. We've been approached with this as a result of we wanted to have that rezoned. And what I understand is that he was not initially concerned with having it rezoned. He came to pay his $500 to have it for a special use permit. And I was told that someone said that, you know, hey, $100 more, you can have it rezoned to RH1 and request to have the area rezoned.
Just a year ago, didn't we have this open window timeframe of 90 days?
Yeah.
If you were in question, if your property was in question,
Yes, we did.
bring it to the board.
Exactly. And I think we rezoned a number of properties.
We did, and, you know, we had the parcels up on North 37 with Mrs. Valentine, and that property up there,
Johnny Harrell.
and Johnny Harrell,
That's correct.
and we gave everybody, it was a public notice was given.
Yes.
I think notice that
I
actually
mean,
sent
we
out
can't
more.
continue to say, every time somebody comes, we're going to just ditch the fee.
And that's what we're on here. We've got a couple of choices. If it's not, we can send it back to the planning board for them to give us a recommendation on rezoning the entire strip.
Well, William can ask for a special use.
And you can ask for special use or
But today, our hearing is about this one lot.
Why would you want to rezone the whole thing for RMH when you have a chance of someone building just like they're done now?
Well, they could still do that though, right?
Will not, well, if you rezone it on
Yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, but it kind of makes it more permanent that it will be always be mobile home.
Kitten, do you have any comments?
The special use, if he's already paid his fee, the special use permit would satisfy him temporarily. I don't know that I'd want to rezone the whole strip without making sure you might be opening up a can of worms as far as losing future revenues from folks that would have to pay to have their parcel rezoned. I mean, it sounds to me, what I'm hearing is that William can get the same result he's already paid, or overpaid.
Well, if we use special person, use permit.
Right.
I'm inclined to also take into consideration that if we do this whole strip, we're setting a precedent. We're for another area. So I would be inclined to offer him, well, if you say you can do it with special use permit, I am inclined to offer him either one of the.
And I think that, you know, if there was a problem, which I don't think is gonna be a problem with the Board of Adjustment because you got too many trails already there. But if there was a problem, then, you know, you can bring back the commissioners and we could consider rezoning the whole thing. So they could get a special use permit, but that's not gonna, I don't see that as being a problem. I think we ought to, it sounds like we want to go back to the special use provision that's already there. For one reason, because the window was open a year ago for rezoning. And this was not one that was chosen to be rezoned at that time.
I'll move that, then I will, go ahead, Paul, I'm gonna make a motion.
I was just thinking, Renee is here. There is no tax rate differential, but is there, I know you know in Gates County it's not, but in all counties are there tax rate?
In what are you at?
And like a lot that has a site-built home and a lot that has a.
There could be, depends on what the market is, and you may find that our next revaluation is.
I mean, it could be some future tax consequences eventually if we got, you know.
To one property is zoned R1 and another is zoned RH1. The zoning itself does not normally affect, from what I've seen in my classes.
Zoning is a factor, but our market, as of right now, the zoning has not affected the prices that we're seeing on the market, but it is a factor.
There's a multiple.
Go ahead, Bill.
I move this body contact Mr. Reinfeldt and suggested that he pursue a special use permit on this property.
And receive $100 refund.
And receive the $100 refund.
Second.
All right, the motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, contact Mr. Roundtree and let him know that you can get him on the Board of Adjustments, I believe, when for February.
We have to reschedule the January meeting to the last week. We need to talk with the board chair to see if there'll be availability. If not, it'll be February. February beginning at 1 o'clock on the third Tuesday.
All right, that completes. Did we come out of public? We come out of public? We did,
First time I was here.
All right, next item is our old business, new business consideration of a project budget ordinance amendment for generator transfer switch project. I imagine you want to speak on that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what you have before you is a budget amendment. This is to the generator transfer switch project we've been doing in the northeast counties. There's been some revenue changes, and some of our neighboring communities want to pull down some funds to finish their portions of the project, specifically, I think, Chowan Hertford County are looking for their funding. All this is state pass-through money. If you'll recall, what occurred is the Gates County Board of Commissioners agreed to be the fiscal agent for the state. So all the region's monies are passing through us. We do get a little benefit to that by getting an extra generator that's going at the emergency management building. But this is ordinance 14-4, and it's an ordinance to amend the project budget so those other counties can pull down that money.
It's gonna be grant money?
Yes, sir.
But it's all county's money.
Yes, ma'am. Since we're the fiscal agent for the Northeast, it is their money, and they have done the work, and what they're doing, they've done the work, have got the electrical contractor invoice for the work that's been done, and they're waiting to get reimbursed. Is really what's going on.
Okay. All right, what is the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
There's a motion second, we approve the transfer switch grant. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay. Next item is consideration of the CDBG scattered site bids for construction. All right, I believe you have that in front of you. This is a $400,000 grant, I believe. Valerie, you want to bring this on?
It's the, good afternoon. It's the $400,000 CDBG grant that has been awarded to the county, and the county has come up with 3 houses to build and 1 to renovate. And we did our bid opening. We sent out bids, and I think y'all have recommendations. Brendan from the Wooten Company was here earlier, but he had to go. So,
Where was he seated?
in this area.
He had
Town
a green, and did he have a towel? No, yeah, did he have a towel?
I think so.
A light green shirt.
So Hinton is going to be renovated.
Yes, sir.
Which one? Hinton.
Case number 4.
Number 4.
Let me see our friend, Danny Elstridge.
All right, we have the CDBG scattered site bids for construction. I guess it would be also demolition.
Yes, the first one is for reconstruction, and the second one is for the demolition.
I'm not seeing that.
Well, it's not up there, it says for construction, but demolition, they got to tear it down then before they put it up.
Yes.
But all is in this, on this sheet now, everything I'm seeing is a total?
It's all
on the back.
This is demolition clearance.
Thank you. Okay.
Case number 1, 3, and 7 for the demolition.
Well, this was the demolition.
All right, what is the pleasure of the board?
Well, do we, are we lowest bidder thing here, or who have we used in the past?
We've used Godfrey Brothers in the past. They did all 3 from last year.
I know they did an excellent job over
Yes.
there on the water plant road.
Yes, sir, they did. We chose to use them, the Godfrey Brothers on 2, and T.R. Holly Construction, general contractor from Edenton on the other 2.
So we're looking at case 1 right now, folks? Is that right?
Case 1, 3, and 7 are going to be Godfrey. Right.
No, 1 and 3 will be Godfrey. We're gonna.
Based on lowest bidder?
Not for case number 3. Case number 3, the Godfrey Brothers and T.R. Holly,
$200 just.
$130.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
On case number 1, where it says T.R. Holly, is that a typo?
That is a typo, I'm sorry. It's actually $97,023. Add up one too many zeros.
Is that 23 or 230? 97?
$97,023.
23.
Mhm, yes.
Zero.
No zero after.
Mr. Chairman, and Valerie too, this is something that will come up in closed session, and so I don't want to, but if, can you tell me, Valerie, if the Etheridge project is the same contractor that Brandon had been talking to Danny about earlier? Because that is crucial to something, information that I have.
Brendan. Yes,
Good. That's great. Good.
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, good. He likes it.
He likes the couple, yes.
Trying to find something he likes.
That must be, that's why we've had this cold snap.
Okay, so it'll be Godfrey Brothers and Holly for cases 1, 3, and 7. And for number 4, Holly as well,
Yes, sir.
the renovation.
Yes, sir.
Where's Holly from?
Edenton.
Up North County.
Are we familiar with him, anybody?
They haven't did any work for our county, but when I did call Chowan County's inspection department and talk to their chief building inspector, he's done all of their CDBG housing, and Holly said that he did a tremendous job, and he didn't think we would have a problem with him, that his work was great.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept these recommendations to move forward on these grants,
Bids.
the CDBG
Bids.
bids, excuse me.
All right, one motion?
Second.
The motion is second that we move forward on the recommendation.
Discussion.
All right.
I've been looking at numbers, and now I see recommendations on the clearance. I see the word recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that recommendation, is that coming from you? Or?
Me and Brendan and I.
Okay. I just wanted, I don't know if anybody else saw that. I was just purely looking at numbers.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move forward on accepting the recommended bids for demolition and construction of the homes under the CDBG site, SCADA site grant. And no other discussion, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item will be customer service, one-stop and draft customer service policy.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I do not have the drafts handy. They will be included in your packet for the January 22nd meeting. I guess the night meeting is the 22nd. The drafts will be included in there. It really is, it ties into the water regulations policy that's in place now, but it doesn't include the things such as water main extensions and those types of things that deal strictly with customer service. So if you'll review that, I'd really like to get it approved on the 22nd if we can. We are hoping to make our move February 3rd. They have finally completed the construction. We're very excited, and we're working on getting the counter set up now. February 3rd is our planned date to open and actually start receiving customers there, so we're very excited. If you have questions about the policy between now and the 22nd, please feel free to call me. You know, we can obviously discuss it at the meeting, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions between now and then.
How many pages?
11, I believe. I believe it's 11. it's not extensive.
It probably would be helpful if you wait until the 22nd meeting, but just, can you get it, just email it to us?
Well, it'll be in the package you get today for the meeting.
Oh, okay.
You'll have it when you leave here today. We'll get those copies made while you're in closed session, so you will have it in time to review. I wouldn't do that. So, yeah, that'll be done. Everything is there. It's ready to go. The fee schedule is not included in there. We've discussed that. The fees are already set at this point, so we're going to, everything in there references the fee schedule so that as you all make changes to any fees down the line or, whatever board, that it just refers to that and we don't have to rewrite the policy every time. We'll have that. We're very excited. We hope everything's going to go well. Again, February 3rd is the date, and Diane's working on a PR campaign to let the citizens know and to let them know where to come starting February 3rd and what we're going to be doing there. So we're looking forward to it. I've got a chance to stop by and check out the area those two. Really nice.
Will there be any funds collected at the tax department?
No, sir, not after the 3rd.
No taxes, no, okay, water.
They will still answer questions of the tax department and deal with, that part of it and the levies and the billing and such. We will strictly do cash collections. And Diane is working with the tax department to figure out a way to make sure that people don't stand in line for us and then have questions and have to go back. And we don't want to run them back and forth. So Diane will be working with Renee. Hopefully we can figure out a system to make that as easy as possible, so that we're not running citizens everywhere. But we're very excited. I know Renee is
More than
some
aspects of it, we won't say all, some aspects of it.
I didn't notice, but because we're talking about payment, has the box been repaired outside?
The box fell over and is being relocated, so it won't get hit again.
Okay.
I think that's a very smart move.
We never dreamed when we put it there it would get hit repeatedly. And we really thought it was a great place. People could pull through. We made it no parking. People could drive through and drop money. Who dreamed it would be hit over and over again?
If we had that fixed before we start this promotion campaign, that might be a good idea.
Yeah, and I think that's the plan. John and I talked
I
yesterday.
think we're really a weather delay more than anything. We have the location, it was very cold, and we just have to put it back up.
All
We're
right,
excited, so we'll see you again on the 22nd. Again, if y'all get the policy and have any questions, let me know. I'll be glad to answer any questions and work through whatever you all want to do. Obviously, it's a policy that you all need to agree with and approve of, so we're more than willing to work with it. And we're hoping to have it in place before we make the move. And, we've got this whole month to get things set up, and we're hoping to have everything in place for February 3rd. And ready to roll.
all right, we'll be looking at it.
Okay, thank y'all. See you on the 22nd, if not before then.
Thank you. Any more citizens comments?
Renee, you're the citizen of Sandy.
Congratulations on y'all's day today.
We earn every penny.
Yes, you have.
At least.
Just give me the tape.
Remember this. The truth is okay.
Tammy, I guess I'm on a video.
All right. Our next item would be our commission comments. I think it's been a great day. All of our citizens have gone. Of course, Renee and Vic they are citizens, but I am thankful for the citizens giving their input today, being involved. This is what county government is about, and hopefully that they do understand that the decisions we made today are the best decision that we can make based on our judgment for the county as a whole. So I think they had a good day. All right.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think we had a good day. It is good to have involvement. It is good to hear what people are passionate about. Citizens want to have good, wholesome communities to live in. That was heard today. People want to see the county grow. They want to see anything that's ever called an eyesore to be improved or to go away. And we heard everybody today, and I think our decisions were made appropriately on the facts that Linda alluded to that were heard. I hope that if some of the citizens go back and review the video on the website and will listen and even put a T-cross up there, pluses and minuses, I think they will see that that there's some things to be excited about. Again, the restrictions played a great deal in my decision, knowing that there were some agencies that would be overseeing the project going forward. I thank all the citizens for coming today, and it's good to be here.
I'd like to thank all the citizens that came and spoke, and I would really like to comment on how orderly everything did go.
Amen.
And that was tremendous feeling of good community involvement, but yet not flying off the handle and losing control. Thank you.
I too would like to thank the citizens for coming and voicing their opinion. This is democracy in action. Democracy is government by the people, for the people, and of the people, and we saw that in action today. I know that we probably did not please everyone today, but I hope in the long run that they will see that this was a good decision and that it will begin a revitalization of Sunbury.
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody that attended also today, and we had a very large overflow crowd, and it was good to hear everybody voicing their opinions, and I'm sure there were some that were here that didn't quite get the nerve up to speak, but that's understandable too. I hope that we as a board can keep an oversight too. I think Kenny mentioned oversight on it. I hope that we can keep an oversight to the project and make sure that they fulfill the obligations that they have voiced to us.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. No other comments. We'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
In accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143, 318, 11, 3, 4, and 6.
I'll second that.
So moved.
All right. It's been motioned and seconded. We'll go into closed session. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right.
I would like to make a motion to come out of closed session.
I'll second.
Motion seconded to come out of closed session. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Thank you. First item we have is we need a motion to respond to the developer as discussed in closed session of the board's possibility to counter offer within 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Second motion, we need a motion to authorize the sheriff's office to add additional personnel as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right. We need a motion to authorize county manager. Need a motion to authorize the county manager's decision to mediate complaint as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. I need a motion to table the pay classification structure as until our next commissioners meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Need a motion to table the county manager's eval until our January 22nd commissioners meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, the last one, we need a motion to direct the county manager to continue a record keeping of closed session minutes as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, we thank you. We need a motion to adjourn or recess until January 22nd.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.